Hey everybody, when you join, welcome to Bristol. Something a little bit different today, where we're going to do a bit different. It's not different really, is it? It's another Cat C airfield. That's all there seems to be doing at the minute. Just been a bit more fun. But another Cat C, going down to Madeira. We've got scenery. We've got Bristol scenery, which is very nice. I can't remember where this is from, but it was in the community folder. So, bit of Bristol scenery, and we've got the is it AMSIM scenery for Madeira down the other end as well. One thing I want to discuss at some point today is RNP AR. What the hell is RNP AR? Probably hear people ask. Well, it's a beefed up version of normal sort of RNP approaches. But there's a few extra sort of caveats you really need to apply if you're going to do them, and obviously it needs to be approved, authorised as well, which to be fair, most airlines don't really have any approval authority yet. We do in our airline. The one place we can do it at the minute is Dubrovnik, but I thought I'd go down to Madeira to sort of show a few things. Not actually going to do the approach because we're not actually technically authorised to do it yet, but we can certainly talk about it and discuss a few things, and look at it on the ND as well, and just sort of look at the approach, how we're going to fly the approach if we need to do it, or when we can do it. So we're pretty much here, we're set up. This is basically a turnaround state, so just assume that the aircraft's come in this morning from somewhere, and this is basically how the aircraft's been left. I've set a few things up already, just got the flight plan in, because I mainly wanted to double check that the actual approach was in the FMGC, because if it wasn't in there, this would be a bit pointless to discuss things, but it does seem to be there, which is good, so we can discuss that later on. Anyway, so let's crack on with things. Or the other thing that I need to do with RNP AR, one thing you do need, all 320 Neos, all 321 Neos can do RNP AR, and a few 320s can as well, but you do need LDEV enabled on your settings. So I've enabled this. This is my jet again. We're in the HD jet, so because it's mine, I've basically given it an upgrade, midlife upgrade, and put some LDEV software in. So the rest of this is sort of pretty much normal. We don't have FLS, don't have automatic TCAS. This is a Neo option, so I've left that disabled. But LDEV I've put in, and then all of these pretty standard as well. We don't have ice detection either, but so I've disabled that. But everything else is pretty standard. So that's the aircraft. This is the flights, Bristol to Madeira, departing at 11 o'clock local, so 43 minutes time. Weather is not too bad. 190 CS, we're just about favouring 2627. Bit of overcast, but apart from that, it's fine. Weather down in Madeira at the minute is fine. 02011. And the other thing with Madeira is there are some limitations, some wind limitations for approach and landing. And I'll also show you the brief. I've written a brief for Madeira, so I can show you that as well. Which will go for a few more things. I'll do that probably in the air because it would just be less strain on the sim. Hopefully the sim will be alright today. Hopefully it won't struggle. Obviously it crashed to desktop yesterday. Hey Danny. RNP, so we're going to be doing RNP Alpha is what we're probably actually going to do. Yeah, so we're going to be doing this one. So we can see some wind limitations. So between 020 degrees, 040 degrees, we can have 20 knots gusting to 30, which is fine because it's less than that at a minute. But if it falls in any of these other sectors, if it was between 300 and 010, this is the maximum wind we can have. And then if there's any wind in these sectors, then basically we can't really do the approach at all. So that's all fine at the minute. The wind should be fine. I think the TAF was saying it could get a bit breezy. Yeah, there we go. So during the day, 01015, gusting 25. So again, just looking at the weather, again that is within limitations, so we're still okay to do that. But there's no reason why we can't take off, and obviously we can assess this once it's in the air, and then decide what we're going to do. So that's the other little caveat with Madeira, and usually ATC won't even clear you to land if the wind's anywhere outside these limits, and these are legal limits as well. That's the other thing, which it'll probably say in the reference documents or somewhere. If you land outside these limitations, basically you can kiss goodbye to your license. So yeah, it's I mean, if the wind picked up as you were touching down, that's maybe a bit different, but you certainly could start the approach and land if any of these winds are outside these limits. So that's that. Let's have a look at the flight plan quickly to see what we're doing. So we go Bristol to Madeira. Weights are looking reasonably good. What have we got? Yeah, maybe 135 passengers or so. Takeoff weight's looking good. There's no regulated landing distance. Landing weight for Madeira is a nice long runway, so there's no problems there for the landing weight. Pretty decent underloads, 35,000 feet for the cruise. Route's pretty straightforward. It's about 3 hours, 15 minutes flight time, 3:55. We're not going to do the return, but yeah, so there's a decent amount of fat there between the schedule, so it should be nice and early. Plug fuel says about 11.9. I've got Tenerife as the alternate. Again, this comes back to the company brief, where you've got Porto Santo next door to it, but Porto Santo is a very small airport, so it can fill up very quickly if people are going to divert there, because the weather's not very good. I'll drink my coffee, sorry. Cold coffee. Yeah, if Porto Santo fills up, you can't really get in, so it's always wise to use maybe Tenerife or Gran Canaria as a good alternate. If the flight was departing from Lisbon, so if this was a Lisbon Madeira, usually we look to take round-trip fuel as well, because we can probably do that. So we've got Tenerife fuel there, just about another hour away, so 2.5 tons for Tenerife, which explains why we've got a little bit more fuel in the system. Looking back at, so I want to zoom out, look a bit further down, we can see the options. So again, Tenerife, Gran Canaria. Gran Canaria is a little bit less fuel. Lisbon is actually a little bit more, interestingly enough, so we might even take Lisbon fuel because that gives us all our options then. And Porto Santo is next door to Madeira, so obviously it'd be less fuel, but probably wouldn't go there unless we really wanted to. Weather's looking good, so Madeira 020, we've just looked at this, so reasonably nice, a little bit gusty, but it's more or less straight down the strip. And then Tenerife, we need to look at this for the alternate planning. So good visibility, a few clouds around, cab okay. Prop 30, sort of in the morning, pretty calm winds, that's fine. And then picking up later on in the evening, which tonight is going to be gusty, but I mean we're going to be well down there before this, so should be there before the gusts. And very similar for Gran Canaria, maybe a little bit gusty a bit earlier on in the afternoon, which we would be there for if we sort of went that time of day, but again that's more or less straight down the strip. 030 is the runway in Gran Canaria. Lisbon, that's another option, cab okay, all these times, yeah, reasonably strong winds, so you know, when the wind's coming from the northwest, there's always a possibility of a little bit of wind shear from that direction, but it's not looking too bad, it's not looking out of limits or anything. And Porto Santo is similar to Madeira, pretty good. So weather's all good, the en routes are looking pretty good, pretty straightforward routes. Down here maybe a bit of ice, a little bit of turbulence just on the top of climb, and then once we get over the Bay of Biscay it should be pretty good. Jet stream obviously going through there, so that's good. NOTAMs, don't remember seeing anything. A bit of bird activity, so nothing really for Bristol. Madeira, frequency changes, don't worry about that. Tenerife, some radio controlled planes maybe, some drones, cranes, yeah that's fine. Same for Gran Canaria. Again, nothing really sort of sticking out that's going to be relevant. Oh, I don't care all about these unmanned aircrafts. Go away. Really, this is the only interesting thing I can say. How Iggy, I assume that's how you pronounce it. Oh my god, how many NOTAMs? Well, it's just War and Peace, isn't it? We don't care. We don't care about this. There we go. Still on that. Right, the fact that the bar is so small. There we go. So Lisbon, a couple of taxiway closures, cranes. Again, nothing really to worry about for Lisbon. Porto Santo, that's looking okay. So no airport closures or anything. Instruments, no, that's fine. Good. So yeah, the NOTAMs are fine. En route's not going to worry too much about those. So in terms of the fuel, we said we need to take about half a ton extra for Lisbon. So yeah, 600 extra for Lisbon. It is Madeira. There's always possibilities of maybe a bit of holding, possibility of maybe not doing the approach particularly well either. So we'll give it another go. So that's probably going to be about another 600-700 kilos just for another go. Contingency is pretty healthy, so 600 plus contingency is going to be about another ton, and then another half a ton for Lisbon. So if we say 1500, if we just round that up to 13 and a half, that should be pretty good. So obviously, yeah, the sim burns a little bit less fuel, and then in terms of landing weights, we're not going to have any problems at all. We're still going to be well below max landing weight. So I think 13 and a half would be good. What time is it? Yeah, so we can start getting them on board. So let's get the AP on. Yeah, you don't really need to read that, Danny. I mean, you know, they're not very specific. Say unmanned aircraft, or so. I don't know if it just means radio-controlled aircraft, where obviously a lot of places have little radio-controlled airports and stuff, you know. But I don't think it means sort of military drone activity. But yeah, it's you'd be there all day. I mean, effectively, unmanned radio-controlled aircraft shouldn't be going, you know, above 100 feet or so anyway. Really, they're probably not even that capable of going that much higher. So you know, they're not really going to be posing any threat to the aircraft, because obviously the aircraft's not going to be flying that low, apart from taking off and landing, and they wouldn't be anywhere near. They shouldn't be too close to an airport where the aircraft would be that low anyway. Right, so you're coming on. AP's available. Give that a minute. Just write down the weather. That's what I've got it. It's tough for Bristol's looking a bit worse. Rain showers, obviously a bit of weather going through. At some point during the day. Can't meet up. So we've got 190 at 5, so we'll do a tailwind takeoff. 18 degrees. 106. So we've got that. Let's look at the fuel, so we said 13 and a half. And where's my passengers? Go on, see if we can. Re-imports. Suddenly seems to have lost all our passengers. There we go, 139, that's better. Right, it's 13 and a half he wants. There we go. 13, yeah, good. Load aircrafts, real time. Get that on. Give that another minute. We can start just finishing off the box, see what's in there. Morning, Doctor. So, what have we got? So, IRSs, they've been aligned. Winds, let's download that. There's the winds, 18 degrees. What's the drop of bores? 42,623. 42,623. Cost index will be 4. Cruise altitudes, flight level 35. 47. Right, the route's in, I've already put that in, so that's all in the arrival, so that's good. That's good. What do we want? So let's have, let's have Lisbon in there, just since that's worst case. We can have a look at this once we're going. So Lisbon's in the alternate, and Lisbon fuel is about 500 more than Tenerife, so it's going to be about 3 tons. Yeah, thereabouts. 3 tons to Lisbon, and so fuel is 57 tons. Slash 30. Let's see what it says if there's anything for the fuel planning. So there we go, 7.5 tons and 3 hours and 15 minutes. That's looking pretty good. So 3:15 at 7.5. Yes, that looks pretty good. And it thinks about 11.8. We're going to take 13.5 tons. And what we're going to be for takeoff weights? So 70.3 for the takeoff weights. Red navs. Come back to that in seconds. GGD. Is it 2.6? I think it's 2.6, 2.6 or 2.7. No, it's 2.7, isn't it? 2.7, yeah. Perfect, come back to fuel. We've discussed secondary now. What's the emergency procedures? Yeah, it did, Danny. I looked at that. The first flight plan I generated, that it did exactly the same for me. When over Madrid. I don't know how clever it is. I don't know if it was taken into account, because obviously there is a little bit of a jet stream. Been interesting actually to see if it was maybe trying to take advantage of the jet stream. This is a bit more over France, but I mean this is more standard route. It's just pretty much a straight line. You know, don't usually go down here unless there's some sort of airspace restriction. It's a pretty straight line usually. So I just amended this flight plan, just based off knowledge, really, just local knowledge and what we generally do. So I know going down Madrid and across here was probably not really what the sort of usual route is. Right, what's the emergencies? Hello, buddy. You're right. So Doc said looks barking. So doing his usual stuff. Right, so we go UK, Bristol. Bristol, there we go, 2.7. Right, so the emergency procedure on this one, it says non-standard. Interestingly enough, it's sort of one of those funny ones where there's not actually a distance so much, it's more of a height. GGD. That's really bad. 270 degrees. Store that. What's the engine acceleration? 1600 feet. Okay. Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one, this. Alright, so secondary E-fail. Straight aheads. GGD. So arrival 2.7. Just go no fire for the time being. And then so 2,500 feet, so left turn to the Bristol NDB. Be alright. Up there. Hold Bristol. It's sim out 090 left turns. Right, that sets. Set you up. Perf. QNH is 1016. Temperature is, where is it, 18 degrees. Wind is apparently 190 at 5. What's the barrow? Yeah, it was something like the third option. Again, it had the sort of slightly wrong arrival. Normally we do the literal arrivals, so again I just had to change that a bit. Let's have a look at these, get these up. Airports, that one, that one, that one. British ILS NDB 27. Minimums ILS 801 feet. Good, that's that done. I think we're done. Oh, that's what we want. We got the ADF. To the left, didn't we? Said left turn. Yes, so a left-hand turn. So put that on the left-hand ADF, because there's going to be a left turn. That's done. And what have we got for a stop altitude? Departure. Zulu. That's all looking pretty good. X more, so straight aheads. Bit of a left, 6,000 feet. Got the packs in the so alright, that's done. Fuel's still coming. That's done. Yeah, let's see, we got the load sheets. Failures. It never saves these failures. I don't know why. Store as default. That's what I want. Just always. So I have to change that every single time for some reason. Anyway, so hopefully we got the initial load sheets received. There it is. Right, so initial load sheet says 57 tons. That's what we're expecting. 57 and. This takeoff weight is going to be slightly different because we've got a bit more fuel. Max air fuel 30.9. So weight and balance validation is 57/30.9. 13.5, 17.3 is the takeoff weight, but extra fuel. And trim is going to be about 28-ish, maybe a little bit more forward with the extra fuel. So that's done. Let's see if we look at performance. Let's have a look at what was it say. 190, yeah, so let's go 27. Dry. Flat 1, no toga, no packs. We said 70.3. So that's going to be about 28, if not maybe a little bit more forward. And that's where, yeah, it goes. Intersections. There's a few intersections there. What we've got, we'll see options. Bravo, I might just take full length to be honest. 272011, yeah, full length. I might just take the full length just because we're a little bit heavy. Full length 2011, that's what we want. And so we've got config 1, that's fine. Regulated takeoff weight of 76 tons, we're below that, so that's not a problem. We are above max landing weight. But in terms of getting back, we should be okay. We can have a look at that in a second. So, pretty low V speeds. Is it? So it's dry at the minute. Potentially might go wet. There are rain showers around. Does this change? Yeah. I might use wet figures just because there are rain showers around in the area. So it's just going to make it a lower V speed, slightly lower flex as well. So let's go 117, 146. 17, 46. There is a TAF for rain, so just saves us having to recalculate the holding point if it starts spitting. Flaps 1 and 50 degrees. See, just the main thing about that is it's a lower, much lower V1 speed. Right, that's done, that's done. Thrust acceleration is 1603. Yeah, that's close enough, that's fine. Good. Right, how are we doing? Certainly looking a bit dark overhead. QNH is 1016. Six. Subdue. Done. Right, I think we're all set up. Do we have any ATC? Probably not. Heathrow. No, there's no ATC. Right, okay, let's have a quick brief and a chat about things then. We're not going to discuss the RNP AR stuff just yet, but just as a point of interest, there is some minimum equipment requirements. Basically a lot of stuff needs to work, but we can discuss that in the cruise. The other thing we also need to do a rain check, which is random autonomous integrity monitoring, I can't remember what it stands for. We've got to make sure that the GPS, we're going to have valid GPS signals once we're down the other end. Now we'd have to do this on the ground, and I'll show you the website once we're in the air of what we'd do and what we'd have to enter to sort of determine whether we can do this or not. But we'd do this on the ground basically to make sure that we're going to get valid GPS signals. But we're not actually going to do the RNP AR, so I'm not too worried at the minute. We'll just sort of demonstrate it and show it once we're in the air. But in terms of that, the weather's not too bad. A little bit cloudy, a bit overcast. It's forecast of rain, so we've got performance for wet figures, just in case. The aircraft's all good. There's no failures on the aircraft at all. Weather radar's not the only thing, but I think we're fine generally for the weather. We can just see and avoid anything that's too big. Everything else is working, which is good. NOTAMs, there's nothing in the NOTAMs that sort of really affects us. And the main threats, wet runway, big split between the V1 and VR, so probably, yeah, we're going to be maybe a bit more go-minded, certainly, because V1's going to happen quite early. So it's not far off Toga anyway. It's maybe another 10 degrees or so it'll be Toga thrust. MSA's not too bad around. Just to ask the CCJet 3 FLS. Yes, we do have FLS, Vino. You've just put it on Discord. You can put it on. You can put it on here, mate, if you want on the chat. Yes, a few of our aircraft do have FLS, but we're not to use it, and it's. I don't like it. If you've ever heard me talk about FLS in the past, I don't like FLS. I think it's bloody dodgy and dangerous. If it's used incorrectly, I mean, it's as with anything. You know, if you use it incorrectly, it's dangerous. If it's used correctly, it's fine. But I still don't particularly like it. Anyway, MSAs, we've got 3,000. Yeah, probably a bit more high terrain over into Wales, but you know, 3,000 should be safe for us. The other threats as well, very short taxiway. So we're going to push back. We are on stands 3, I think it is. 5, sorry, we're stand 5, so push back. We'll start both engines and very short taxi. So I'll do the flight controls, I'll pretty much do everything as we're stationary, all the checks and everything, and then we'll just get taxi out to runway, hold at Alpha X-ray, and then we're just ready to go. So everything will be stationary, just because it's a very short taxiway out. What's in the box? Pretty much as we expect, really. There we go, sort of Bristol to Madeira. Hopefully the sim doesn't crash when we're down the other end. We've got Lisbon to Johnson initially. 35,000 feet is the cruise. Maybe able to get up there. 33 is the optimum, but maybe able to push it up to 3.5. Fuel's all looking good. Plenty of extra fuel as we want. Flight plan we've got XML 1 X-ray departure. Stop altitude 6,000. That's all in there. The flight plan's in there as well, all the way down. Down to 0.5. And we got the RNP AR at the minute, but we'll change that. Radnav's Bristol NDB's hard tune for the emergencies. The runway's back in here to come back. First, we've got wet figures for 27 flaps 1. Is there any wraparound speeds? I don't think there was. Any speed constraints? Doesn't look like it. No, so that's fine. There's no speeds I need to worry about. Fuel discussed secondary is standard company Airbus emergencies. A little bit different to this one. It's a non-standard engine out departure. So we just basically climb straight aheads, and then depends on what the problem is. Basically, we just keep on climbing. We're climbing to 2,500 feet, and then at 2,500 feet, we can make a left turn back to the Bristol NDB. And then once that turn is complete, we're going to be above the single engine acceleration altitude anyway, because that's lower than the actual turn for the height for the turn. So once the engine's secure, the turn's complete, and we're above this 1,600 feet altitude, we can level off and accelerate and just hold at the Bristol NDB. In terms of getting back in here, I don't think it's going to be a problem. Let's have a very quick look. We are above max landing weight, so it's no weight landing checklist, but let's just have a quick look, see what it says. EGGD. Come on. runway 27, it might be wet. Wind is, let's just say, still winds. 18 degrees. QH is 1018. So it's always good to do a landing distance calculation for your departure airport, especially if you're above max landing weight, just to give you a bit more idea if we can land 66.5. Medium, max reverse, flat 4. 18. So, interestingly, really interestingly, I don't trust this. I think this is a bit too, it's a little bit over conservative. But anyway, it says landing distance required is 2,133 metres. What is the actual landing distance we've got for the airport? It's a little bit less than that, I think. But yeah, it's going to be a little bit less. So 27 is 1,500 metres. So yeah, interesting. So a wet runway, we might struggle. If we go max manual, which always brings it down a bit, even that's going to struggle. Is it dry? There we go. So if it stays a dry runway, we can probably land. If it starts raining, then we might struggle to get back in. But we got Cardiff up the road, and that's a slightly longer runway. So possibly try that. We've also got Newquay as well down the road. That's a longer runway as well. So there we go. Have a look. 69.5. Yeah, well, it is, but our takeoff weight's 70 tons. So, you know, if you had a fire and you can't extinguish it, Danny, you know, you need to get on the ground. You need to get on the ground, you know, pretty bloody quick. So, you know, you're doing a sort of landing distance calculation at, you know, probably just a little bit less than what your takeoff weight will be, because, you know, effectively you're going to be landing, you know, really, really quickly after taking off. Sometimes I'm going to go higher compared to the max out on the prog. Would you give us? Would you cruise at 1,000 feet to the max? Yeah, I mean, so, you know, sort of rules of thumb really for this. So long as you're 1,000 feet at least below your recommended max, so 35 is the plan. So that's, you know, got 1,600 feet to play with there. So we can probably get to 35 without any problems. The optimum saying 3.3. So really of the data, the winds and the temperature and the tropical and everything, it thinks probably 3.3 is the more economical flight level. So, you know, really you probably cruise at that. But I mean, there's probably nothing in it between these two. You know, so probably a few kilograms here and there for the fuel burn. But you can cruise at 35 because the recommended max is at least 1,000 feet above this. If that was saying 3.53, then no, you wouldn't do it. You would probably stick to 3.3. But we've got a decent margin there. So anyway, that's that. Somebody's going out. So I think we're pretty much done. We've got 13 odd minutes to go. So I think we're pretty much briefed how we're doing for a few more people just to arrive. I think the fuel's on. Yeah, the fuel's on good, so we can get that on. There's been another amendment bloody for refueling with passengers policy. Oh, it's bane of our lives, this is, but this is an authority thing. This isn't a company thing. This is across Europe and everything. The authorities of every country want you to be compliant with this. So, you know, somebody needs to be sat in the right-hand seat when you're refueling with passengers on board. There's a few caveats, or you've got to have the window open. There's a little sign we stick here saying refueling with passengers on board, and all sorts of things. So, and a fuel card as well, which shows it's got a little yellow arrow thing which shows that passengers are boarding, which just tells the fuel that passengers are on board. But yes, it's a bane in our life at the minute. We're constantly getting audited on things like that because we're trying to comply to it as best as we can. Anyway, so that's us set up. I think we're pretty much ready to do some checks. Get those out of the way. There's my checklists. Normal checklist, so just make sure everything's good. Obviously the tech log's all good. Check the MELs, all quantities good. Hydraulics all looking pretty good. Oxygen would be fine. So the aircraft acceptance has been completed. Fuel quantity we've got 13.5 and it's balanced. Seatbelts are on. ADRS has got 3 in nav. QNH we have 1016. 600 feet on the aerodrome. Boarding's complete. Excellent, thank you very much. Just double check the altimeters are good. So what we're looking at is 622 feet, excuse me. So yeah, that looks pretty good as well. In fact, the QNH might even go up, might even start going up. Hey Christian. One thing I did change as well yesterday was it the anisotropic filter? So I was noticing my textures actually line up on the runway. The runway is really, really blurry, which looks horrible. So I've whacked that up to like times 16 or something ridiculous. Somebody said there wasn't really much performance limitations, so I'm going to give that a go. Hopefully just the runway will look a little bit better. Hopefully. And I'm planning to get some new RAM as well. I'm going to buy some new RAM today, I think. Mrs. I'm going back to work this week, but the Mrs. should be in. She's working Tuesday, I think, so I can order it last night because it would have arrived Tuesday. So I think she's home Monday, Wednesday. So if I can get it delivered for Wednesday, at least she'll be in the house to pick it up, and then I can whack some new RAM in next weekend. I probably won't stream next weekend because, like I said, yesterday the Mrs. is home. Every day I'm home. So unfortunately I've got to I'm not going to finish that sentence. That was if she heard that. So I'll say unfortunately. That's the wrong words. Fortunately my missus is home. Every day I'm off next week. So fortunately I get to spend some lovely quality time with her. But that doesn't also mean that I won't be able to do anything with the sim. So yeah, nearly put off her. She's outstanding, which is why I'm streaming, so the dog's not going to tell me. Go on, Lochi. Just waiting for you. But next week, and also I'm trying to hopefully get a desk and stuff. We spend a bit of money next week just to get everything set up for for upstairs, so I can move this. I'm still in the kitchen at the minute, so I can start moving all this equipment upstairs and have my own little room set up for myself. And if I can get some new RAM this week as well. Yeah, exactly, Chris. Nice little problems. Yeah, they're indoors, so. Whatever, mate. Alright. A little bit needy today. I'll take that for a walk, do you want? What was I saying? Yeah, so hopefully I can get some new RAM in next week, so hopefully that will improve things a little bit. Doors closed, that's good. So we are looking pretty good to go. Let's make sure all of this is disconnected. That's all done. Ground services. What don't I need? GPU. Double check. Power on the way. Yeah, that's all good. Right, you can disappear. Thank you very much. You can go. Cones can go. Look at the tug. You're ready to go. Good. Try not to taxi off with you attached this time. Yeah, good idea, Christian. Yeah, join in. Yeah, Lisbon. I was going to do Lisbon. I was almost thinking, hey Paul, I was going to do like Lisbon, Porto, Madeira, and then a return. So just do a two-sector again. But I thought I'm not going to have a lot of time to talk about RNP AR if I do that, which, you know, is sort of, you know, 6 one and a half dozen the other. You know, do I just do a nice little two-sector and not worry about it because I'm not doing RNP AR anyway? I'm not going to do that approach. And maybe talk about it when we are going to start doing them. Or do I just do a longer flight and talk about it, which might be a bit more educational. And the other thing I will say is, I need to put this in the disclaimer, is obviously this isn't a real-world flight, and for anybody watching, please don't use this for real-world training, especially for RNP AR, because I'm probably talking complete bollocks, and you know, I may even get things wrong, so it's only going to be talking about what my understanding is. But obviously for real-world stuff, obviously use your real-world training department and documents for things like that. So yeah, this is just for educational, not for educational, this is for entertainment purposes, and I will try and talk about what I know. Right, come on Lochi, wanna go? Still no control. Nope, still no control. Right, let's get the Unicom ready. No, I don't actually want to change it. Oh, come on. 1225, ahead guards. So I think I want to check is are my bindings all good? That'd be embarrassing if. Yeah, they work good. That works good. That works good. Pie brake. Yeah, that's good. Right, good. That seems. I've changed my. For any of you sort of seen anything on the Discord. Yeah, I'm sort of flying. Is it the Dark Star, the Mach 10 thing? I tell you, I'm having fun with that. Because that's quite good fun. I'm almost tempted to do a stream in around the world in about 80 minutes or something. But the problem I was having was, because I've got the Thrustmaster A320 throttle quadrant, I want to use the thrust like I would a normal aircraft, so you've got idle and full power without the gates. But it was detecting that climb power, or the climb gates, was the start of the idle setting for the thrust levers in the Dark Star. I had to fiddle around, and basically what I did was I just copied the profile for the Phoenix and then used that, and it's now basically in the Dark Star using the whole range. So when the thrust levers are in idle, that's idle in the Dark Star. When you sort of that's about halfway, and then that's a bit more, and then you've got full military power as well. But it took a bit of fiddling around, and the sensitivities, or if you look at the graph, it's a very strange curve, but it seems to work. But I had Epiphany yesterday. It seems to work. You're right, mate. You're going to settle down. Honestly. Good boy. That's it. Well done. Go and find your horn. Chew on that. What else is that? Oh, you stream it somewhere. Have a good flight. Thanks, these birds. Yeah. Everyone's talking to me on Discord. It's great. Cheers. It's always the load shift late. We don't have a delay code. Well, we do actually. Ironically, in the real life, you do have a you have got a code for that. You've got a code for dispatches and this, that, and the other. So I haven't actually seen the delay codes for the Phoenix, but there is. Anyway, there it is. 5 minutes before we should go. So well done. Well done, dispatcher. Good. So fuel weight. Yeah, it's only 100 more. So takeoff weight. Yeah, that's pretty much exactly as we expected. So no need to change any performance figures for that. Minutes less, so if you wait now, that's within 2 as well, so just leave that as it is. The trim is 27, so again, yeah, it's slightly more forward than what we expected. So figures are all valid, don't need to change those, we accept that, and I think we're ready to go. Funchal side, and we go on Unicom. Paranoid check, everything else is done, everything's set. It's looking good, that's good. QNH, sub altitude, that's all fine, it's only 110. Set off the charts up. That's going to be needed. And I think we are good to go. Right, who are we today? 45 Golf Hotel. Bristol traffic, easy 45 Golf Hotel, stand 5, push a start for runway 27 departure. Alright, don't think there's anybody around, not going to get in anybody's way. So, beacon is on, let's start that. Before start checklist. Says parking brake is on, takeoff data is confirmed, windows are closed, both sides, PEDs are spacely on, doors are closed and armed, and the beacon is on. So we have 4 start checks complete. Parking brake can come off. Actually, this page, don't I? Let's do the outside view. Try not to hit anybody. Alright, start the engines. Engine mode selector is start. Yeah, starting 1. didn't like that. Let's just push back first. I don't know what that was. Right, you do. That was stop. Thank you. Don't want to go any further. Stop. It takes ages to stop with this. Right, that's it. Looks like stop. Parking brake is on. Oh, I think it just disconnects and then you just roll back. Oh well, that's fine. Engine 1 is started. Starting number 2. Maybe you need to press. One of these arrows to stop it. I don't know. Pre-plan a pushback. Yeah, it'd be a nice pull. Looks like it's started. It's looking pretty stable. 256 coming up. So engine 2 started. So it's normal. And that's off. Don't need any anti-ice. That's off. Spoilers disarms. Oilers neutral. Flaps 1. And we got 27%, which is probably about there. Do. That's done. And stuff on the status. Good. So the auto starts. Anti-ice is off. Ecam status is checked. Pitch trim is 27 degrees set. It's 27% even, sorry, and the rudder trim is neutral. After start check's complete. Let's do the flight controls. So, full up, full down, neutral, full left, full right, neutral, rudder, full left rudder, full right rudder, neutral. So that's done. That's on. That's all on. That's normal. That can come on. That's on as well. Quick ped sends, so performance, there's no change on the LMC really for performance, all the speeds are still valid. We're going full length, which is sort of over here somewhere. And engine departure was non-standard, it's 2,500 feet on the Barrow. Then we make a left-hand turn back to the Bristol NDB. And basically hold there and sort ourselves out and see where we're going to go. If we are on fire we can't extinguish it, then maybe we'll look at Cardiff, which is across the Southern Channel. Departure is the Exmoor 1 X-ray, is it? Yeah, Exmoor 1 X-ray, and we're stopping at 6,000 feet. So that's the PEDs. What's CVR test? Do you mean that one? There is actually a procedure to do this. You do this on the ground before you've actually gone anywhere, but there is a CVR test which first flight of the day you should be doing, which I haven't done that because effectively this is the first flight of the day. Right, anyway, so taxi checklists, flight controls are checked, flap set is config 1, FMA, climb nav blue, 1FT2, radar predicted wind shear is on, ECAM mode is takeoff no blue, and EFBs are stowed and disconnected. There we go, that's that done. Right, so quick check on the routes. Bristol traffic ECE 45 Golf Hotel is taxiing runway 27 to Alpha X-ray fire. Zulu. Just down here, left, and second on the right. Taxi lights on. thrust on too much because we've got things behind us. Go on, be up here with this bit, I think. Yeah, the brakes are checked. Need to charge my phone, no battery. Right, are there any inbounds? No, it doesn't look like it. Certainly not close, good. So yeah, all clear on the rights. About 3 minutes. There's a procedure for the CVR test, guys. That's the thing. Like, you've got to do it properly. If you haven't done it properly, then there's a good chance you won't hear anything. Right, there's a holding point. Straight on the nose wheel. Stay there. Parking brake on for a second. Right, I think we're ready to go. Bad time for the engines. That's all good. That's all set up. So there's enough on approach. Let's get you on. That's all done. So lineup checklist. Cabin is secure for takeoff. Takeoff runway is 27 full length. Takeoff clearance is confirmed. TCAS is TARA and PAX 1 and 2 are both off. So that's lineup checks complete. Bristol traffic EC45 Golf Hotel is departing runway 27 on the X-1 X-ray departure. Still not seeing those new VATs in terms and conditions. It's all good. Is that a spot of rain I saw? I don't know, possibly. Yeah, this in this SOP document I've written, it does sort of go through what you need to do. I haven't actually tested it, to be fair, because depends on what aircraft you're in, depends on, you've got to press the CVR, well, you've got to have like I think the loudspeaker has to be off. There's certain ACP buttons that might need to be pressed, and it depends on what aircraft, depends on sort of how you set it up. Or the ground control push button needs to be on as well, I think. But yeah, it's a bit of a procedure for it, and you're supposed to do it on the first flight of the day. And yeah, you're supposed to hear like a beep coming through the speaker, which basically confirms the CVR is working. Right, so again, pretty short runway on this, reasonably heavy and low V speeds, so just pay attention to that. Uphill this bit. Come on, up you go. Just might hold it on the brakes a little bit, up to 50%. Yeah, so there we go. Right, where's the wind coming from? I don't know, can't see a windsock. Yeah, it is from the south as expected. Right, last minute paranoia, that's all good. That's on, that's on. Right, let's go. Take off. Flex 50 SRS runway. Just climb, climb. I know we're flying. Yeah, probably sort of. Speed from 0. Speed check from 0. Let's keep going up. Let's go 29 for now. So standard, so that's across 2 minutes are in blue. Zone 5. Temperature. Temperature's good. Alright, how you doing aircrafts? Still doing exactly what you should be doing, that's fine. I don't need the landing lights anymore. In out, shaking about. Rough. Seems pretty smooth, the crew above the cloud now. Screws released. That was a nice takeoff, thanks Danny. It's not my first time. It's interesting, there's a big split there between V1 and VR, so you know, if something had gone wrong after V1, then you know, effectively committed, so you know, that's one thing I said earlier on the emergency brief, you know, we're very much go-minded, because you know, we get to V1 really quickly, and after that, that's it, you're effectively committed, so you know, V1, that's it, you go. To be fair, the runway stayed dry, so you know, it's, I think V1 could have been a little bit higher up if we'd stuck with the dry things. Right, anyway, what's this saying? 35, yes, 34 is the optimum now, so we're going to be about 1,000 feet above the optimum. It's still well below the recommended max, so there's no problems there. So let's go 35. So 350 is blue, it's 10,000s. Cost index in 0. Right, naps don't need Bristol really anymore. And that's done. Checked that already, 35 is good. Perfect. Fuel, good. Secondary is copied. It's a bit of a cloud layer, just leave. Let's see, that's it, maybe just for a little bit longer. And I think potentially it might be a little bit bumpy at the top of climb as well. So 1.8 is the maximum shear rate, so it shouldn't be too bad. Oh, there's sounds in the cockpit, exact same sounds together. Yeah, to a degree. I mean, yes, this sounds like the real aircraft, so I'm not going to lie. You know, this sounds exactly like the real aircraft. Not that I can really make much distinction between, you know, this sound and, you know, another, you know, 737 or something. It sounds like a jet engine to me, so it's good. What I will say though is I actually use noise cancelling headsets when I go flying, so in reality I don't really hear this at all, because you can't really hear the engines because you've got the noise cancelling, and what you really hear is the other person next to you, you know, so your colleague, because you've got the interphone, you know, that's usually on above 10 as well, so guard can be on. So you know, you're just really hearing yourself. There's a very sort of faint drone, I suppose, in the background, but you know, that's the whole point of noise cancelling, so it cancels this noise out. In fact, I can probably demonstrate it to you if I can, as long as OBS doesn't crash like it did yesterday. Right, so this is probably what it sounds like in the real aircraft. don't know how good that is. That's probably reduced the sound quite considerably, but it's like that, really. So hopefully you can still hear it. It won't be quieter, so hopefully the sound's gone back up. So there we go, somewhere near Exeter. There you go, over the top of Exeter. So it seems smooth enough, so I'm going to have the belts off. Chance, it's looking good. And I don't think there's any more constraints, so there we go, managed climb, that's the better mode to have in. And there we go, 3-5 blue. ADF, do I need Bristol anymore? Probably not. There you go. I did clear that anyway, didn't I? Yeah, that's cleared. So hopefully the sim behaves itself. I was a bit frustrated with the crash to desktop. I mean, sort of flying into London, you could definitely tell it was struggling a little bit. I did reduce the LOD. So what's that? Something level of detail, isn't it? I reduced that. That was on 100. It's just an arbitrary figure I put it at, really, and I reduced it to 55. So you know, hopefully that will help. Yeah, it's on 55 now, and to be fair, looking at that, I would say the level of detail is probably fine. You know, it looks fine. This is exactly what it looks like out the real window. You don't get to see much detail at these sort of heights. You just sort of see fields, roads, airfields, rivers, you know, towns, settlements. But you know, this is basically, you know, as you would see in the real world. So yeah, maybe my level of detail is a little bit high. Using around 200s. To be honest, I don't even really know what difference it makes, to be honest, you know, physically. You know, I guess, I don't know, I suppose it's the level of detail that includes in the name, isn't it? But, you know, I'd love to see a screenshot between one that's at 55 and one that's at 200, and then sort of compare the difference. But I reduced it because I thought maybe that was just making the PC struggle a little bit. So yeah, I've reduced that. I've increased the anisotropic filter. I've increased that just because I wanted my definition of the textures to be a little bit higher. Because certainly when I was taking off on the runways the last few days, they were looking really blurry and it just didn't look very good. Anyway, so we're about to pass over the top of Exeter. Let's have a look at that. Not that one, not that one. That one should be down here somewhere. So I don't have that graphics card. I wish I had that graphics card. But mine's a 1660, I think. Which, again, is maybe I think the RAM is the first thing. So I want to get some new RAM in this week. Get that up to 32 gigs. As Dark said, it should help a little bit. Too much to see that side. Watch that side. No, that one, that's what I wanted. So Exeter, down here. Very nice place as far as I'm aware. Drove past it not long ago, on holiday. One thing I think the graphics cards, is perfectly adequate. Yeah, it seems to be fine, Chris. You know, it's doing the job. It's doing the job of running the sim. You know, this looks perfectly decent enough. You know, don't have too much complaints from what I can see out the window. You know, the inside, the textures all seem lovely. And when I saw Gav's base training video the other day, he had this lovely layer of cloud that looked, you know, really nice underneath, really good on the top, and it'd just be nice to have the cloud layer just almost just a tiny little bit better, just a bit more defined and a bit more realistic, which maybe what's you know, an RTX 380 card might just help push a bit more. So yeah, possibly that one day be good. But you know, the rig I've got set up at the minute seems to be coping. There's obviously going to be crash to desktops. There's always a little bit of instability somewhere along the lines. You know, you just have to give it a go, I suppose. You know, this seems okay. I think as long as you don't put it under too much strain, you know, it seems to be streaming okay as well, which, you know, we're just about there. So I think as long as that can be maintained, I'll be happy. But yeah, I certainly won't mind just upgrading the system when I can. But you know, I need a desk and a chair first. Those are the priorities. I think Mrs. is getting sick and tired of me stuck down in the kitchen. Let's just get in the way of the dinner table. See what SU10 brings up. Yeah, so you'll have to explain. I don't even know. What would you like? You know, what's SU10? I don't even know what SU10 means. So funny you say that. There seems we can do the screenshot of 50 into. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, I see what you mean. That. Well, should we do it there? There we go. Just over the top of Exeter. You know, I'll leave that sort of. Maybe zoom down a little bit. So there's a good screenshot just passing the San Francisco Berry Head. Next to. So there's a good screenshot opportunity. Yeah, that's what bugs in the festival is more difficult. So I remember Gav saying, when he upgraded his RAM to 32 gigs, he said that really hard to save for about £100, I don't want to spend it on this. Anything to really, I just wanted to help the stability a bit, you know, just maybe a few less crash to desktops. But again, I've got no idea what this does. I don't know what SU10 does. I don't know what, you know, I don't know what RAM does. You know, we really are talking to a noob here when it comes to PC equipment. You know, I know what a monitor, a mouse, and a keyboard does, but I mean that's about as far as my technical knowledge goes. But you know, components and what components do and how they help and all these sorts of things. You know, obviously I know a fan cools things down, but yeah, I'm not a really technical person in that respect. So you know, basically I'm using Dark as my MOC. And if I need something, I say, what do I need? And he sends me some links to some components and go, thanks very much, right, that's done. All that. Alright, that's looking good. Got nearly 30,000. I've just got the fuel page up just to see when we actually, you know, what's the syntax taken up. One thing I did really want to do as well, which I thought about the other day and I thought it would be a good money-making opportunity, but it would be probably expensive to set up. But I was thinking about my rudder pedals and how I've, for those of you that know about my rudder pedals, I've set them all up and I've set them at the angle that the Airbus should be at, so it's about 50 degrees, which is fine. So you know, they're very similar to what they are in the real aircraft, except the rudder pedals aren't the same. They're like fighter pilot sort of rudder pedals, which again is fine, but not really for an Airbus. And I was trying to work out how easy would it be, not for me to do, you obviously have to maybe outsource this, but how easy would it be to sort of fabricate some real size, or you know, 75% sized Airbus pedals that you could fit onto the Thrustmaster TPR rudder system. I thought that would be pretty good if you could get that done. I don't know how, that probably won't be cheap, but Sorry, Dark. So I'm guessing you're on a similar sort of place to I am, just probably over the English Channel, so you're probably not. There's not a lot of system. It's really not working the system very hard, is it? So a little bit of clouds and temperature, so we're below -40, so it's only 40 minutes this sort of height. It looks like it's going to be in this upper layer of clouds. Excuse me. I just do think I need to move right up here, so tilt it a bit. Let's move. How long roughly until you fly over Porto? That's a very good question. So, where's Porto going to be? Just after Coral. Dorley, Berryheads, Coral, Demosh. An hour and 26 minutes into the flight. So is that an hour and 15? So about an hour and 15, Christian. So that's what's that? 11:40 Zulu. Should be over at Porto. CTN at the top and drop. Let me just get to cruise and get the new cost index in and just give you an updated to you know, estimate top and drop. At the minute it's saying what's that, 12.56, but that'll probably change in a second. Probably not by much, but yeah, just before 1300 Zulu. Thereabouts. To go. Is the overlay funny? Oh yeah, it is. Oh god, yeah, let's go. I'll just ignore that. I don't know what's happening now. I did try something quite interesting as well. The fuel system, which I'll come on to get some cruise I'll talk about, which is a very interesting thing. Now it's not something that we'd never do this in real world. This fuel system, I will just demonstrate it. It's I'm going to start just as a bit of technical knowledge, really. It's one of those things as a pilot. It's like a little sort of nugget of information you can keep up your sleeve just in case. Out cruise, you have to be really pushed to do it, but yeah, I'll show you in a second. Right, out cruise, that's on below. The cost index 4 is back in. So no speed. So yeah, about there you go, 12.55 Zulu. Top of drop, Christian. Yeah, about 20 past 2 UK local time is going to be fair short arrival in Madeira. So there we go. So there we go. That's interesting. So we've got an amber low, a couple of low Low pressures might pop up in a minute, the ECAM. But this is pretty consistent. You see the centre tank pumps now just struggling a little bit because there's only 100 kilograms left in the system. They're just struggling to keep up with the sort of fuel pressure because there's barely any fuel left in the centre tank. So these sometimes go ambient and sometimes you get an ECAM centre tank low pressure ECAM warning portion. And it just basically tells you to turn off the centre tank pumps, but it's an ECAM which you sort of think, well, that kind of makes sense because there's barely any fuel in the system. So they are going to just struggle a little bit and go amber. But they do eventually just scavenge the last, few sort of kilos out of it, and eventually it sort of drains to nothing. But effectively the wing tanks now sort of take over. But yeah, so that's done. So let's have a quick look at the weathers. So what have we got? So we've got Brest, RH. Was that Brest? Might be. I don't know. It's RH or Shell, I can't actually remember. No, it can't be. I don't know. It might be. I think got Nons down there as well. I don't think it is, isn't it? La Rochelle as well. Anyway, let's look at the two big ones that we'll probably go to. So Brest and Brest and Nons. FRB. Oh, they need to sort this out where I can do multiple stations at the same time. Message. Still a little bit buggy this, I think, just the interface for using things with the data, I think. So Brest, what we got, it's good visibility, that's the main thing. Very light winds, very around, it's a bit of broken cloud, so a bit of low cloud, that's why I still Cat 1. Yeah, it's looking pretty good, so a bit cloudy down in Brest, but nothing really to stop us getting in. And the other one is Nons, which is a good one. Brest was also a base as well, so it's a really good place to go into if you've got any problems, certainly from a crew perspective. Message. Nons, yeah, it's good for this again, really light winds, a bit of broken clouds again, all Cat 1s, obviously no problems there, so we know the weather's good around area. Most interesting effect, isn't it? Looks like something out of Superman or something, doesn't it? Wind shifts, there's that jet stream. There was a jet stream coming through at this sort of part of the world, so let's just go 7.6 turbulence penetration speeds. Just keep it somewhere sensible. Hopefully it'll just look after itself. So yeah, in the middle of that jet stream, so expect it to be maybe a little bit bumpy. We'll do a fuel check at Cock in what's that? Yeah, 15 minutes or so. Drinking strong the centre, it's slurping the rest of the fuel out there. Yeah, it's similar, yeah, basically. So eventually it will sort itself out. But anyway, let's have a quick look at this sort of fuel system. So, and again, this is something which, for God's sake, if anybody that's watching this in the real world, do not do this in the real world, because there is no procedure for this whatsoever. And in fact, technically, I don't know if this will really technically apply, but obviously one of the restrictions on pulling circuit breakers is you don't reset wingtip brakes, which you can't do because they're red collared balls, so you should never pull circuit breakers for fuel pumps. Just never do. But we also have things on the outer tanks called transfer valves. Once this fuel in the inner tank gets to about 750 kilos, thereabouts, the outer tanks, the transfer valves, open. So you get an associated ECAM message up here saying outer transfer valves open or something. It's just basically saying the outer tank transfer valves are open, and the fuel is basically now draining from the outer tanks into the inner tanks, which is great. So then you basically have about 1,500 kilos either side, so you still should have about 3 tons in the tanks. So you sort of see this ECAM move. Usually sort of just as you're sort of starting the approach, because you usually land for about 2 to 3 tons, so it's usually just on the descent, just on the approach. approach, you can see this times how much fuel you're carrying. And it's perfectly normal, you know, it's a normal thing that happens. You know, the fuel's just going from the outer into the inner, where the fuel pumps are. As you can see, there's no fuel pumps here to take any fuel from these outer tanks. Now, one of the problems, I say problems, I've never seen this, I've never heard of this, it's not a procedure that's written anywhere, but it's just a bit of sort of out-of-the-box thinking, is these transfer valves are, you know, they are just basically, it's just a hole with a flap in it somewhere, and you know, it just, as soon as it gets to a certain value, the flap opens and the fuel drains from the outer into the inner, so it's pretty simple from a sort of engineering point of view. But they're electrically closed, electrically held closed. So I've always sort of thought, I don't think I've ever seen it in a sim or I've ever had it discussed, because I just don't think it's ever happened, is you know, what happens if these valves fail to open? You know, for some reason there's some sort of problem in the system and they haven't opened. So, you know, if that's the case, you've then suddenly got effectively, you know, sort of 1,400 kilos of fuel that's unusable. Well, you know, 1,400 kilos is, you know, more than your final reserve. So, you know, if you've got 700 kilos in either tank, that's not a lot of fuel left to use, because there's effectively another 1,500 kilos, you know, between the two sides. That's not draining into the fuel tanks with the fuel pumps. So, you know, it's a bit of a sort of sticky situation, I suppose, because you know, you really want that fuel. So, you know, what happens if the transfer valves fail? You know, they fail to open. Well, as I said, they're electrically held closed, and I've always wondered this, and funny enough, the Phoenix, if I can zoom up, models this beautifully. So if you were to ever see this as a problem, I don't even think it's a failure you can simulate. And again, for God's sake, if you're a real world pilot, do not do this. This is just purely for a little bit of technical knowledge, just to sort of show you how the system can work. And obviously this isn't a procedure, so never do it. But if you look at the overhead on the fuel pump, on the CVs, you have transfer valves on the left and the right tank CVs. And we said that they're electrically closed, or electrically held closed. So if you interrupt the electrical power supplying them, technically they should open. Could you turn your voice output? Yeah, I can try and lower that. Right, give me 1 second. Right. Is that better? Right, let me know if that's a little bit better. I've reduced the sim sound, so hopefully that's going to be a bit better for you. Give me a thumbs up, thumbs down if that's any good. Wait for the stream delay. Morning, Crumpet. Hopefully this is better. Anyway, so yeah, we said these... don't touch that. So we said these fuel transfer valves are held closed electrically, so if we interrupt the power supply, that's better, good, that's better, then they should open. And that's exactly what happens. So if you pull the circuit breakers, which I have pressed them, it's a bit hard to see, but they haven't been pulled. Now, suddenly we see the electrical power to the transfer valves has been interrupted, so by default they now automatically open. So now we can see the fuel draining from the outer tanks into the inner tanks. So if these were to ever fail and don't open automatically, from a technical point of view, we could do what we've just done. We could pull the circuit breakers, and there should actually be an ECAM here saying circuit breakers something, because they're green, they're monitored, they're green circuit breakers, it should say come up. But we can see now the fuel is coming from the outer tanks and going into the inner tanks. So it's really nice that Phoenix have modelled this. Let's just see. There we go. You can see that circuit breakers are pulled. And if we push them back in, and again in real life, would you ever pull circuit breakers on any sort of fuel valves or fuel pumps? Probably not. It'd have to be a really dire situation to do it. But yeah, that was just a really interesting system that's been modelled by Phoenix. So if you ever saw that this fuel wasn't draining from the outer tanks into the inner tanks, Um, you know, you're basically down to a position where you've got some unusable fuel. You know, if you're in a real life or death situation, if you put the circuit breakers which are on the overhead, then that fuel should now go into the inner tanks. So, you know, it's just a little technical thing. And again, there's no procedure for this. There's nothing in the QRH. There's nothing in the reset manual. You know, I don't know. You know, I'd really want some authority from MOC, either in flights or anybody else, to really say it's safe to do this. But it would be really a life or death situation that I'd need to do this, where you could pull, you know, the outer transfer valves. You know, if this was the case in reality, time might be quite critical. So to be honest, I'd probably look at just landing somewhere anyway. But you know, I just thought it was a nice little technical thing that's been modelled. So if you ever did notice that the outer tanks weren't draining as they should, you know, we do know that if we pull the circuit breakers from, this fails, effectively closes the electrical loop for the transfer valve, which is there, and then because they're no longer electrically supplied, they then basically fail open, which means the fuel moves from the outer to the inner. So yeah, just a nice little touch. What's the company message? EasyJet Ops probably on time. There we go. Good. Yeah, I know that. So let's go back. Is there any change to anything? Probably not. There's a cloud. Yeah, so it's an interesting. I don't know what this texture is. I don't know if you can see that. It's quite interesting. Always looks a bit like snow. So yeah, I don't know, 100 kilos in the fuel doesn't really change too much. The sense tanks, some engines are good. Okay, just going through the system SD pages, as we normally do. Again, not expecting to see anything abnormal. Fuel, had a good look at that. That's done. Maybe a little bit warm in the back. Doors are good. Wheels are fine. Controls. Does this work? Yeah. No, they need to fix this. Like the all buttons should just go, you know, engine bleed, pressure, electrical, just sequentially one from one. It shouldn't go from the cruise page to the next one, to the cruise page to the next one. It should just do it. So yeah, Phoenix do need to try and sort that out if they can. Right, where's Cock? That's 49, 47 minutes. So yeah, another 5 minutes or so. Failed all these type of things. Yeah, you can. I mean, they've got an amazing list of failures, Danny. And I'm trying to think. I think I look at. Let's have a look at the FCOM. Let me just have a quick look. Let me have a look at the real life FCOM. So I think I did look at this. I don't even think it exists. That particular failure with the transfer valves. I don't think so. So procedures abnormals. So fuel left to right outer transfer closed. So there we go. So this alert. So there is an ECAM. So there is an ECAM for it. But the procedure says so. The ECAM would be fuel outer transfer closed. It said the alert triggers when both transfer valves remain closed after inner tank reaches the low level. So you know, if these don't open, there would be an ECAM for it. And the ECAM is inhibited between first engine start to 1500 feet on departure, and then from 800 feet to 80 knots on landing, so you won't get it on those phases. It just basically says when the fuel quantity and effective wing reaches low level corresponding wing, fuel wing low tank low level when it's triggered. So yeah, there's nothing here. It just says, you know, the left or right outer tank is unusable. That's pretty much all it's saying. So from a crew awareness point of view, we just basically assume that this fuel is now unusable, which effectively means there could be potentially 1500 kilos off your fuel on board, which you can't actually use. So there isn't a procedure for it, and there's no procedure in the resets or anything else. But if you're in a life or death situation, you know, and maybe I don't know, you might have a fuel leak or something. You know, potentially there's a fuel leak, and you know, or you shut this engine down potentially, and you know, you don't have the cross feed open because there's a fuel leak this side. So I mean, this side you wouldn't really affect, but you know, you might be in a low fuel situation here. you know, the risks are if you did a go around, you know, with low fuel in the tanks, you know, there might not be enough fuel because the fuel pumps are at the front. There may not be enough fuel in the tanks. That if you did a go around, so you know, as soon as you do a go around and pitch up to sort of 15 degrees, you know, the fuel pumps are going to start cavitating because, you know, there's not actually any fuel at the front of the tank to basically supply the engine. So, you know, a bit of a difficult situation. So the first thing, you know, first mitigation for that is don't get into a situation where you might have to go around. But you know, if you really didn't want that to happen either, and say this outer transfer valve that's you know, closed and it wasn't opening, you know, potentially, you know, like I said, life or death situation. You know, if you pulled the circuit breaker, this fuel would then go into that tank, so it might just increase the fuel level a little bit. So if I tried the fly-by-wire, I haven't pulled. I do mean I need to. I mean to do it. I just haven't got around to it yet. I mean, it sounds a little bit. I don't know. I don't know what the word is really. You know, I like the Phoenix model. I like the Phoenix model because it's basically all. Hello, mate. Yeah, I know you're barking at people. It's good boy. It's all right. Yeah, they're not coming in. They're fine. Good boy. Sorry, dog's just barking. Somebody's walking past. Somebody's going to kill him. Breaking. Yes, the Phoenix model, effectively, I mean, it is modelled to almost, you know, 100% realism. There's a few little, you know, a few little anomalies here and there in the FMGC and just the way some things are programmed, but to the best intent, it's, you know, pretty much as a real-world aircraft behaves, and I quite like that, obviously, because it just makes it, you know, pretty much 100% realistic. And the failures, I do like having the failures and having the option to have random failures. So, you know, we could have a failure pop up today, which, you know, might change what approach we're doing. You know, if we had a sort of system degradation, we might not be able to do an RNP AR, might not be able to do an RNP approach, you know, and that's going to change our decision making on what we can actually do. You know, potentially we might have a failure, which means we might have to do an immediate divert. So I quite like having that sort of you know, realism, I suppose, modelled. The fly-by-wire, as much as I've seen it's a very good aircraft, there's still a couple of things missing. Like, it doesn't have the secondary in there, which is not the end of the world. You know, we can live without it, but it's just nice to have it for certain sort of departures, you know, sort of engine failures on departure. And there's maybe a couple of other things. The EFB, from what I've seen, is pretty good as well, but I haven't actually had a chance to play with it. So I do need to play with it. I have got it, but I just haven't had a chance yet because I'm sort of, you know, creature of habit really. But I will do it. Done a comparison screenshot, should post. Okay, cheers now. Interesting. Right, anyway, what did we say at Cox? We said about 40 minutes into flight, so yeah, 40 minutes into Cox, that's spot on. We've taken an extra 1,500 plus about 300 or so for the contingency, so it's about 9-1 plus 1,500, 10-1, 10, but about 10-6, 10-7 in the tanks we should have. Oh, there we go, well above that. So yeah, so we've got plenty of fuel and options for diversions. Well, I think so. We've used 2.3. It's 2.3 and 11.1. What's that? 13. About 13.4, 13.5. More or less what we left with. So yeah, it's balanced on no leaks. Should trigger around it. Yeah, but then that might mean we have to dive and we can't go to Madeira. So, you know, I don't really want to trigger something deliberately just in case it gives me something crap on that one. So, yeah, I don't want to. Do you need to press that to trigger random things, or I don't know. So I don't want to touch too much because I've gone into sort of, you know, manual failures and looked at things and then triggered something by mistake, and I was just like, oh, don't want to do that. Even though most things you can probably reset, so I don't want to start triggering engine failures or something of this sort of attitude. Start those. Hung start indication. DC Essential bus. Where's that? Oh yeah, that's a bugger, that one. You don't want that one. It's not a major problem, I suppose, but it's just a faff because it really ruins your communication. And basically you're using, I think, ACP3, and the captain's push to talk doesn't work. You've got to use the FOs, microphone, handheld microphone thing, and the speakers have got to. It's just a faff of a problem. So yeah, DC Essential bus is also coming in the Sims again. Any others? That's it, I think. Yeah. Should trigger. Press it to yes, you do. So, just clarify. So if I press that, it triggers random failures. If I leave it like it is now, there'll be no failures whatsoever. Is that correct? So I don't mind having random failures, but is that set up to trigger random failures, or have I got to press that to actually engage it? There we go. Right, okay. Right, hopefully it doesn't give me a failure now. Inserted. Okay. Oh, it's going to come up with a failure now, isn't it, on the flight down to Madeira? That could be interesting. I've done it here. I probably should have left those orders there. Okay, doesn't matter. Right, let's have a quick look. Let's see if I can swap things around a bit. Let's have a quick look at Madeira. Do is display capture. Right, hopefully this won't crash OBS, so be prepared for maybe an OBS failure or something. So hopefully that's good. Hopefully you can see OBS now. That's fine. And what I want to do is load the Madeira brief. So I close you down. Hopefully we can see this. Yeah, I hope we don't get a failure in there. If I hear a bing, I can still hear the sim, so until I hear that, it'll be fine. Right, so here's the Madeira brief, which is very similar to the real world one. So we'll just talk through this really, I suppose, and see what it says. So obviously it should be read in conjunction with the information published for the approach aircraft briefing found in Navigraphs, and that will just come up with a load of sort of restrictions effectively. Scanty airfields, mainly due to the terrain, local weather and the circling approaches. And suggested operating restrictions, so none of inexperienced pilots, suggested minimum 5,000 airmiles fully confidence on the system, so that applies to me, that's fine. Captain's only approach landing and takeoff, again that applies to me, so that's not a problem. Landing and takeoff prohibited above the wind limits, so we sort of discussed this on the ground, so there's prescribed wind limits, and we don't go outside of these. If we do, then we just get reported, and then that's bye-bye to our career. RNP AR approaches is not approved yet, but they will be at some point, so we can discuss that. We'll be doing the normal conventional approach, but we can discuss the RNP AR. Takeoff restrictions, we're not doing a takeoff, but we can refer to that. Night operations only approved to the PSC as operating the daytime, so again, we're not flying at night stay, but that's fine, I've been over the day, no problems. So, alternates, we've looked at this on the ground already. It's a remotely located island, blah, 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 blah. Porto Santo, so yes, we've got the fuel for it as a fuel alternate, but there's very limited parking space and hotel rooms. So if there's any chance we won't be getting into Madeira, Porto Santo can fill up really quickly. So won't go there unless absolutely necessary. So basically diversion is likely, consider more suitable alternates. So any departures going from Lisbon might consider round trip, but obviously not departing Lisbon, but we've got Lisbon fuel and Tenerife South as well. So we've covered all of that. Primary alternates obviously Tenerife South, and we've got Gran Canaria and Lisbon. It's potentially far. We've got the fuel facts, we've got Lisbon fuel, but so we just don't have the NOTAMs. Takeoff alternates, if we were taking off, we need port sensors and departure. Takeoff alternate. Threat around our management. So control flight into terrain, that's one of the big threats and aero management things. There's obviously lots of rocks and cliffs around. So yeah, we don't fly, we do fly near it, but we don't want to fly into it. So yeah, EGPWS alerts can be expected. So we're expecting to be daylight VMCs, so we might set off EGPWS alerts today, but we can basically disregard it as long as we can visually keep clear of all the terrain. But if we do set an EGPWS alerts, we don't put an SR in for it. Runway 05, which is what we're expecting again, so there's minimum heights at Jello and Rosario, which we can, they are normally in the FMGC, these waypoints. I don't think they are in the sim, but we might be able to put these in, and then there's minimum heights that we need to fly at. Loss of control is another threat, so due to the wind variations and turbulence, we can certainly get an aircraft into an upset situation where wind shear can happen. So we'll look at the memory items and the wind shear actions, just in case anything happens. And again, just another point, complies with the wind gust limitations for landing and takeoff. Wind shear can occur below the reactive wind shear inhibit height due to the rapid reduction in radio altimeter read as part of the threshold, especially on 05. So reactive wind shear only works above 50 feet, I think it is. So below 50 feet, which is effectively as we cross the threshold, a reactive wind shear won't work. So if we did have a wind shear go off, a reactive one, as we cross the threshold, there's a good chance we won't get a reactive wind shear warning. So we're just going to have to really just sort of, listen to the aircrafts, or feel what the aircraft's doing, and then react, sort of instinctively if we get that. So we might not get a reactive wind shear warning. And do not sink below the 3 degree PAPI approach path and final, expect downdrafts or updrafts close to the runway threshold. So we're trying to make sure we keep 2 reds, 2 whites on the PAPIs, and a nice long runway. So if we're 3 whites, we're not too much problem. But 3 reds, we've got to correct it. 4 reds, probably gun around if we see 4 reds. Runway 23, we're not going to be landing on that, but it's got a significant downslope going down towards the threshold of 05, and on landings, I guess we'll expect a tailwinds. Touchdown must be achieved in the touchdown zone. So again, nice long runway and decent touchdown zone markings. So this shouldn't be a problem, but again, just one thing that we want to consider. We've got to land basically in the touchdown zone. Is someone monitoring the aircraft? Sort of. Yeah, there you go. I can hear it. I can hear what's going on. So if we get any warnings or cautions go off, I should hear it. Right, where was I? So going back to the arrival. So the arrival itself, careful monitor the approach needs to be maintained throughout the approach, especially in the wind conditions, stable approach criteria, and correct vertical profile. A bit easier when there's 2 of you because one of you can monitor it. So there we go. All approaches consider circular approaches in terms of stable approach criteria. So stable approach criteria goes down to 400 feet instead of 500 feet. So by 400 feet we must be stable. Minimum visibility for ceiling requirements applies, so visibility should be fine. And then there's 4 anemometers sited around the aerodrome, so these are just wind direction equipment. So these will give you 4 different wind directions, and from there you can kind of see, you can sort of hear what the wind's doing. So Rosario, the midpoint in 2 touchdown zones. So when ACC are online, which I don't think they will be, so they may provide 2-minute mean wind variation in Rosario. So we might get this on the TAF anyway, or the meter. And again, landing clearance should not be issued if the winds exceed airport published limit limits, which we'll come back to in the brief. Radar vectoring is usually provided, usually only there to resolve in conflicts. So we may give a direct link to the IF, which we're going to come back to. And then just in terms of to help prepare the cabin early to avoid distraction. Delays may be expected, so maybe a bit of active traffic around, so yeah, potentially maybe delays. And lose control when they're online, they may use speed control to sequence us to minimise the delay. Tailwinds may be expected during descent. That's not too much problem. We can handle that. And brief the go-around stress for approach, especially in combination with issues. So again, we come back to the memory items when we need to. So this is what we'll be doing today. We'll be doing the RNP for 05. So there's a backup one. There's a circling VOR procedure which we used to do, but now it's just basically it's now an RNP approach, but it used to be a circling. So there's a couple of sort of operating caveats. Flap 3 gear down when there's approach points. Purpose can be relied upon once established an extended centre line. Distance after the missed approach points are only advisory only. And at the earliest of Funchal 6 miles, the base turn. Start the base turn. Jello. Settle down. Quiet. There's nothing there. Jello can be identified by the area right to the valley. Quiet. Settle. Right to the valley of the bridge. Now we can sort of see the banana sheds. I mean the scenery's pretty good, but it's not, you know, topographically it's not, you know, excellent to the nearest sort of meter, I suppose. But so we can see roughly where it is. And then from here, this is a good sort of little thing to do. So weather persists permitting. If we level at 1400 feet, that basically allows for a 3-degree continuous descent profile from the 6-mile point to the base turn waypoint. So if we level for 1400 feet, which is a little bit above the minimum, we can just basically do a 3-degree approach all the way down. So respective of crossing altitudes, aircraft should be turned and lined up with curve sequencing leading approach lights. So these are modelled in the sim with the scenery, with the AmSim scenery, the flashing leading lights. They are modelled. Now they're not leading sequentially like they are in real life. They're not sort of like a rabbit which sort of goes. They're just a long line of sort of lights that flash up all together. But you know they're good enough. Extended sense line will be established approximately 1 mile from the final. So we might be able to insert these waypoints, Rosario and Jello. And if we need to do a bolt landing procedure, it says a 300 feet turn right to the east. So RNP AR, so it's not approved yet, so I haven't actually got anything in here in terms of what we're doing. But I will discuss it. Runway 23 we're not going to do. Departures we're not going to do. The interesting thing with departures is Toga, takeoff, even though it's a long runway. And there's a couple of points there. Weather, pretty decent weather for this time of year. So we'll come back to this bit in a minute, but I want to talk about the RNP AR. Let's just go back to the sim to start with. So RNP AR, so what is RNP AR? I hear you ask. Well, I ask myself the same questions because I sort of think, what the bloody hell is that? RNP AR is effectively can I go back? That's better, right? You should be able to see the sim again. So RNP AR. So RNP AR is a method of flying an approach to lower minimums using a higher navigation accuracy. And I can show this by showing you various charts. So let's do the ones we're going to do, and then RNP Zulu AR. I think that's it. Let's have a quick look at some of the approaches. So this is what we used to do. We used to do an RNP, sorry not RNP, used to be a VOR DME approach to 05. So you used to go down to Madeira, go down to the beacon, which is there. And our minimums for this was 940 feet, 5,000 metres viz. So that was the minimum. So we needed this minimum of 500 feet, 5,000 metres to start the approach. We're now doing RNP 05. And the minimums on this one, if we can find first charts, there we go. So interestingly, it's still exactly the same, so still 5,000 metres and still 940 feet. So the RNP approach that we now do is actually the same minimums, but it's just got a bit better navigation accuracy, I suppose. There's not a lot of change really, but we can do that. So if a VOR's not working, we can can still effectively do this approach. We're not relying on any ground aids. But the RNP AR, when we start doing this, we can see the minimum drops quite a bit. So now we only need 1,500 metres. Sorry, no, that's a Cat C. So 2,400 metres for an RNP 0.3, an RNP 0.2, and an RNP 0.1. If we do an RNP 0.1, we can go down to 1,700 metres, and decision altitudes 890. That's a little bit lower. Sorry, not that one. 110. That's a little bit lower than what it was. 0.2 is a little bit lower again, and then 520. So we can go down to these minimums. That's why we now got RNP AR, because it basically lowers the minimums required to do these approaches. However, there are a lot of operator restrictions for this, and let me try and get the manuals to try and talk about it. So we can do this, but under a number of caveats. One, the aircraft needs to be approved to do it, and in the QRH there would be a aircraft configuration summary, and one of the lines in the aircraft configuration summary would be RNP AR down to a certain point, and it would either say yes or no. So if it says yes, you can do it down to a particular minimum, and it might say 0.3 only, in which case you could only do 0.3, or it might say RNP down to 0.1, and if it says 0.1 yes, then you can do RNP 0.1. So that would be in the aircraft configuration summary. Now we're assuming that is just us today, because basically we've put on LDEV, so that's on, so we're just effectively assuming that the aircraft is all capable to do it. So going back to, let's have a look at the actual SOPs. So we need to check a few things. We need to check the sort of the RAIM, the GPS for the approach, and if we do an RNP AR, we need to make sure that we've got GPS. We use a website to do this, and again, I don't know if I'm going through this exactly as we should in the real world, because my understanding of it is still a little bit fuzzy, so we don't do it. But if we go to this website, again, you wouldn't actually do this in real life, but this is the website that we use, which is GNSS Performance Prediction Tool. It's real world. This is AGI Eurocontrols. This is what we actually use, and then we've got a procedure to sort of follow. I'm just going to try and see if I can run that through. So this is the website we've got to go to, and where do we go? So just reading this through on the GPS. So I think it's a terminal approach tool. I think that's, there we go. So we use terminal approach tool, and then we go the settings. So settings we need to do. So we need FTE. We need SA off. Okay, I don't really know what any of this does, but this is what we need to do. Barometric altitude. We need baro aiding. Mask angle. The mask angle is like, if you imagine two big mountains, the mask angle is below a certain angle. The GPS satellite line of sight would be cut off from the mask angle because the terrain might be too high. So we basically set that. It says do not use less than 5 degrees or specified in the aerodrome brief. So we don't use 2, so we just use 5, which is fine. And then approach RNP 0.3 we'll use. So we'll do that. Airport we need to put in here LPMA, which is Madeira. So put in, I think that's been put in. And if we check the outages, so first is there a particular time? No, so we put the today's date in. So there we go, we've got no predicted altitudes at all, so we'd have to do this first to make sure, and if there were any outages, I'm not convinced that's actually in PMA. There we go, check it again. That's better. Right, so there we go, so no predictive outages. So there's no predictive outages at all on this. We do this on the ground, we have to do this on the ground before we even dispatch, and if there were any outages, it would probably give you the time, and if it gives you a predictive outage, you need to double check the time that outage is there, and then double check that with the estimated time of arrival, and if obviously your time of arrival coincides with Anyway, so we've checked that. We would have done that on the grounds normally. We've seen there's no outages today for Madeira, so we're happy we can do these approaches. So that discusses the GPS requirement. The MEL, that's the next thing we need to do. So do we have the equipment? So for a normal RNP AR, for a normal RNP approach, we don't actually need that much. So for a normal RNP approach that we're going to be doing, which will be this one there, the only equipment we need to basically start the approach is one FMGC, so one of these, don't matter which one it is, one GPS, so we've got two, GPS there, so we've got two GPSs, so one needs to work, two IRSs, so we've got IRSs, ADRUs up here, so as long as two of the IRSs work, we're good. One MAC2, so as long as one of the MAC2s works, we're good. One FT, one flight director channel, one primary flight display, either or, for the pilot flying, that needs to work. Two NDs, just says temporary display of ND information, the PFD ND switch is permitted, so if that ND wasn't working, or this ND, you could just switch over, and then there's your ND there if that screen wasn't working. So that's fine, and two SU channels as well. So there's nothing wrong with the aircraft, there's no failures as a minute, so basically for a normal RNP approach that we're doing, which is what we're here, we're good, we're fine. There's no problem. For an RNP AR approach though, we do need a little bit more. So for an RNP AR approach, we need a bit more equipment. So in this case, both FMGC need to work, both MAC2s need to work, two flight directors need to work, one autopilot needs to work, and then we also need some flight control computers. So we need both FACs, they need to work, two ALACs need to work, two SLAP flap control computers, they need to work as well. We need both radouts, they both need to work. Two PFDs with the VDEVs displays, so we need both of these to work. Two NDs also need to work, so we both need the NDs, so all of these screens need to work. Two GPS need to work, and we also need 3 ADRSs in nav mode. So we need all of that, plus the terrain, the tours with the display on the terrain, that needs to work. And the FCU with both channels, that also needs to work as well. So the required equipment. I've never seen this tool. Yes, you can, Danny. It's real world internet. So yeah, you can do it. If you need, if you want it, just message me later, and I can send you a link to it and what we need to do. Now, of course, in reality, in the sim, you wouldn't actually need to check this on the ground because if there's no GPS in the real world, I very much highly doubt that would be replicated in the sim. So anyway, so the required equipment for the RNP AR approach is a lot more. So we need a lot more equipment to work to do this approach, and we also need equipment to work at certain stages of the approach. So if I just go down to effectively the abnormal procedures, I'll just read it through, and it basically says any in-flight failure occurring during an RNP AR approach may affect aircraft capability to maintain flight path accuracy of RNP tolerances. So as a general principle, RNP AR approaches shall not be started with failures affecting the RNP capability. So abnormal operations considered for RNP AR below concern engine failures, asymmetric thrust affecting the flight path, loss of RNP capability due to the guidance, loss of RNP capability due to navigation, or other system failures. So if we have a lot of these failures that which we just discussed, that was the required equipment, it's going to affect either the RNP capability of it because the guidance has gone. We've lost GPS, we've lost FMGC guidance, or we've lost flight control computers, which is affecting the redundancy of the aircraft. So if we do have certain failures, we basically either can't start the approach or we can't continue the approach. So it says, say, anytime the RNP capability can't be restored, the crew should adopt the best strategy to maintain aircraft safety, reverse its non-RNP procedures when available, contingency procedures appropriate to the local environment. Safety of the RNP AR operations in adverse environment requires that the flight crew monitors the consistency of the aircraft behaviour with the flight path, e.g. bank angle versus turn direction and cross-check, and continuously thinks ahead of the aircraft considering the next leg sequence of possible actions in case of emergency, case of contingency, sorry. So, one thing it does say about the engine failure, so one engine operative conditions with the autopilot on has been demonstrated to meet RNP requirements. So if we had an engine failure at any point after, I think it's the initial approach fix up here, the aircraft is actually capable of doing that. So we could still fly this entire procedure if we lost an engine. So the aircraft is still quite capable of doing that. It does say continuation of the procedure is at the discretion of the commander, considering flight path stability and weather conditions. And then if we do have an engine failure and we decide to go around, the engine acceleration should not take place during an RF leg, and this is the RF leg here from the initial fix. So if we did have an engine failure and we decided to go around, we'd have to sort of basically climb straight ahead, or around 3,000 feet before we start accelerating. Your game's sound is louder than your mic anyway, to adjust your mic. It is. See, I've already done this once. Should I just turn it down again? I'll turn it down a bit, hopefully a bit more. So engine failures we can kind of deal with unless we think that the aircraft's just not flying the approach as well as it should be. It's got contingency procedures during a go-around, so a go-around initiated following the loss of RNP AR capability may require the crew to follow contingency procedures. Crew shall immediately revert to lateral selective mode when nav guidance is not adequate. So if the aircraft isn't following the missed approach track in nav adequately, then we would just do this basically manually in a selective mode. And then contingency procedures for complex approaches requiring special procedure authorization will be described in the briefing and will normally be associated with the CATC aerodrome training. So again, this will all be done in the aerodrome training for the captain, flying the approach when they're doing their CATC revalidation for Madeira. But again, we're not authorised to do this yet. So interestingly enough, one thing I didn't say as well is what does AR mean? So AR means authorisation required, which basically it should usually say it somewhere. Don't know. But the authorisation is required to fly this approach, which is the airline gains approval from the authorities to do this, and the crew needs to be trained to do it, and the airline needs approval. So we haven't got the approval yet for this, so we're not going to do it, but it's certainly good to talk about it. So this is going into sort of a bit more the nitty-gritty of actual failures after certain points. So it says system failures occurring before passing the initial approach fix. So if we have any failures effectively before the initial approach fix here, which is PLM, we effectively just discontinue the approach and reassess the RNP AR capabilities. So we may have a failure and we may not have the capability to fly the approach. So if we lost an FMGC or something like that, or a MACD or a flight control computer, we may no longer have the capability, the required equipment to do that. So if we get any failure before the initial approach fix, we need to look at the capability of the aircraft if we can still do it. However, if we have a failure after the initial approach fix, and it says the approach may be continued in a single failure after the initial approach fix of GPS primary lost on an ND, so if we lose GPS primary lost, we can still continue. If we get a nav accuracy downgrade down here, we can still continue after the initial approach fix. If we lose a GPS after the initial approach fix, we can continue. If we lose one of the flight management guidance systems, we can continue. If we lose one of the display units, so if we lost the ND, we can potentially still continue. We can also continue if we lose a MAC2 or one of the autopilots. So one autopilot will be engaged to do this, but if we lost one autopilot, engage the other autopilot, we can basically still continue. So there's a few failures after the initial approach fix that, if they happen, we can still actually continue the approach. Looks like a doddle. Yeah, it's a doddle, Chris. It does say discontinue the approach in the following cases of external references are not sufficient to proceed visually. So if final lap doesn't engage, we've got to go around. If we get a loss of GPWS terrain function, we would have to basically go around. If we get an FM GPS position disagree on here, we'd have to go around FMS1, FMS2 position disagree. If we get a GPS primary lost on both NDs, so we get it both on both sides, we'd have to go around. If we get a dual nav accuracy downgrade, again we'd have to go around. If we get a dual loss of the FMGC or a dual loss of final lap on the FMA, we'd go around. or if the dual autopilot failure, if the RNP is below 0.3. So if we're using the RNP 0.3 minimum, we lost autopilot. We could still fly it manually, but if we use an RNP 0.1 or RNP 0.2 and we lost both autopilots, we'd have to go around. So effectively what we're trying to do is saying, oh, come on PC. There we go. PC lagged a bit there. So what we're basically saying, if we get any loss of anything, if we get any sort of loss of navigation capability, or any GPS position disagrees, anything after the initial fix, we're basically doing a go around because the navigation accuracy is no longer there, so we can't continue the approach. But we can still continue if we only lose a few things after the initial approach fix. So if we lost you know, GPS or an FMGC, we could potentially still continue. And we can continue the approach, but if we start losing things after the initial fix, which is there, we can't basically continue. So there's certainly a little bit of complication with failures, depends on where they are as well, what point the failures happen. And of course any failures before the initial approach fix, we can't start the approach really at all. So yeah, a bit complicated. Now what minimum do we use? So do we use RNP 0.1, 0.2 or 0.3? Yeah, it's always a little bit of a heart attack, Danny. Don't know what it's doing something. So I'll leave it in the comments really, and I'll let you sort of decide. So would we use RNP 0.1, 0.2 or 0.3, and why would we use one or the other, or what's the rationale, I would say. So I won't tell you just yet, but in terms of like SOPs, which one would we use? Would we use that one, or that one? So I'll leave that one with you, and let you work out which RNP value we would use. So make sure everything's still going well, which I think it is. While you're deciding, I'm just going to get a drink off the air seconds. You already know it, so you won't comment, Christian. Okay, well, that'll be interesting. We'll come back to that then. Right, while you're still thinking, I'll just grab a few more weathers. So a quick look at... Let's have a look at Porto. I think I've got the Porto and Lisbon scenery in, so I don't know if the sim is just loading that in, possibly. So we got for Porto, northerly winds, pretty calm, Cavite 22 degrees, 1021, that's good. So look at Lisbon. Lisbon, Cavite, yeah, good, so Lisbon's good as well. That's Santiago, I think, down there. Lots of cloud over the Atlantic. Yeah, fairly sure that's Santiago. It's looking pretty good. I'll just go to Grand Canyon. Yeah. Sorry, yeah. Right, well, we haven't really had any definitive answers, so... Okay, Christian, you said, you know, so go on, what are you going to use? You're going to use 0.1, 0.2 or 0.3. Now, what I will say is a little bit of a trick question, but let's just assume the weather is fine, so there's no restrictions on the weather there. So go on then, Christian, what's RNP are you going to use? Point 3. Yeah, that sounds good, Danny. Yeah, Christian's gone all quiet. Yeah, no, Danny, you're quite right. It's 0.3. So as per SOPs, it does say crew should only consider selecting RNP AR minimum below 0.3 when expected weather conditions for the approach suggest the use of a lower RNP. So we can look at this like low visibility procedures. So you know when we're doing autolands, and the same way as autolands has different minimums. Yes, oh, there you go, Christian's. Yeah, that's exactly what it is, Christian. So if the weather was 2,000 meters, we couldn't use RNP 0.2 or 0.3 anyway, because the visibility would be below the minimum to start the approach. So if it was 2,000, we would have to use 0.1 because the visibility is good enough. But it's like the reverse to an auto land. So if imagine this was Cat 3B, Cat 3A, and Cat 2. If we were doing an auto land with, say, the weather was 300 meters and you know, cloud base was 100 feet. You know, Cat 2 is basically 100 feet decision height, and you need 300 meters for the RVR to do a Cat 2 approach. But if it's an auto land, you always revert back to the lowest minimum you can do. So if the aircraft's all working, whereas Cat 3 short, you could use Cat 3B minimums. You're always using the lowest minimums when you're doing LVPs, even if the weather's good enough for maybe Cat 3A or Cat 2. But it's kind of the opposite on RNP AR. We use the higher minima, and the reason we use the higher minimum is effectively because, as Christian says, it gives more room for the approach accuracy. So the aircraft needs to maintain, I think it definitely needs to maintain 0.3. Just have a look and see what the cross-track limits are. So yeah, so the flight parameters, when we do the approach, we'll have the, can I put this on? So it will look like this. So you've got a lateral deviation, and each dot indicates 0.1 of a nautical mile. So that's 0.1 nautical mile left, that's 0.2, and then 0.3. So when you do the approach, you have to be within 0.3 of a nautical mile to basically continue the approach that you're doing. And if you've got minimums for 0.1, the aircraft has to be at all times within 0.1, so it's not allowed to fly any further than these dots. And if it starts flying outside these dots, you know, basically you're not flying the approach accurately enough, and you'd have to go around. So using the higher minimum gives you effectively a bigger box, a bigger area to fly in safely. So it gives you more room, a bit more error. So you generally want to use the higher minimum if you can. If the weather's good, you would use 0.3, because that just gives you more lateral deviation, more of an error to fly in without effectively having to abandon the approach. But as soon as the weather starts deteriorating, you might have to fly to lower, and basically these markers will be 0.1 of a nautical mile either side. And excessive deviation, technically, where we'd start sort of calling out LDAV, as pilot monitoring, is half a dot. So if the aircraft, if the magenta bar, which is where the aircraft needs to be, if that goes outside half a dot here, which is half a mile, sorry, half of 0.1 of a mile, so 0.05, you would start shouting out LDAV. So yeah, you want to use the higher minimum because it gives you more freedom, bigger room to play with, and you'd only go down and use the lower minimum. So yeah, you'd only use 0.1 if you really have to. If the visibility was 2,000 meters, you can't use these, and you'd have to use 0.1. So yeah, so it's like the opposite to LVPs. You use the higher minimum if you can. If you can get away with it, use the higher one, because it just gives you more room to fly the approach, and it just gives more room for the autopilot to sort of fly. So how would we normally do the approach? Sort of normally do it, pretty much the same as any other approach, I guess. Check the weather and landing information, that would all be done, and then we'd have to check the flight plan. So we'd make sure everything is in it. So we'd have to make sure all these waypoints are correct with all the altitudes as well. So all of these are correct. 2,000, 2,000. So that's 1,200, is it? I think 890. So just make sure all these waypoints are correct with the waypoints on the approach. There's also maximum speeds here, 160, 190. So these are maximum speeds that you can do for the approach. So what you'd probably actually likely do is you'd be configurable for here, maybe VAP, so you'd be well below the maximum speeds to do the approach as well. It does say as well, just picking out the pertinent points from the SOPs. So if a too steep path is displayed after the final descent point, or the final descent point is the initial fix, I think it is. Sorry, no, 522. There we go. So final approach point 522. So that's where the aircraft's going to start descending. It's going to be 2,000 feet all the way to here, and then at 522, that's when you're going to start descending down. So if you had a too steep path displayed after 522 in the FMGC, we wouldn't be able to do this approach, and just basically say you'd have to select another approach. Progress page, the other thing we'd have to do would be put the runway in, which we sort of generally do anyway. So it'd have to be runway 05 in there. Go around strategy I'd come back to, but this would also change to 0.3 if we're doing a 0.3 RNP approach. If we're doing 0.1, that would have to be overwritten at 0.1. And then as descent, we'd have to check both GPSs are in the nav mode, which they are, so they're all correct. And then the other thing we need to do is we also need terrain on both NDs. So both NDs need to be displaying terrain. If there is weather around, you could have one off, but if there's nice weather, then you'd have terrain on both sides. A little guess, but so you can have to bin there. So let's go back to that 0.3. So we don't have to bin the approach. Sort of done it, yeah. So it's not so much so it's something downgrades, but it's something downgrades. If you get a failure after the initial approach fix, you can potentially still continue. If you get any failure after the initial fix, which is that one there, then you're probably going to have to bin the approach anyway, because whatever failure is, it's probably going to affect the sort of navigational capability. But this isn't really relating to the failures, it's more relating to the navigation accuracy of the aircraft. So RNP 0.3 gives a lot more, it gives 3 times more room than RNP 0.1, so it just allows the aircraft to deviate ever so slightly a bit more, but still stay within limits without you having to abandon the approach. If you have to use 0.1, the aircraft has to remain within 0.1 nautical mile of the track. Otherwise, yeah, you know, the approach has to be abandoned. So that's effectively why you're using the higher minimum. So we've put the terrain on. Anyway, the RNP values, we would check this is inserted. By the time we start the approach after the initial fix, this so it's either the initial fix or the final descent point. This should change to either 0.3 or 0.2, 0.1, whatever we need to do. And then we just double check the altimeters as well. And QNH has to be selected by the time we get to the final approach fix. So effectively this one here, I think the initial fix, we have to make sure we're definitely on QNH by there, because of course this is all based off a local QNH. So if the QNH is wrong, then our vertical profile is going to be completely wrong as well. After the final approach fix, which is the Mike 22, we just monitor the VDEV. And just before we get to the final approach fix, we can actually arm the approach mode, and that will then engage final lap on the FMA. Once we're doing the approach, check final is displayed on the FMA, and at the final descent point, we just, as we normally do, put the go-around attitude in, check the progress page on here, and then we're just looking at the flight parameters and effectively calling out any deviations. So if there's any deviations more than half a dot, it's then LDEV or VDEV. So hopefully the aircraft should fly that close enough. And then we get 100 above the minimum, so we should be visual by this point. And basically we can continue using the autopilot all the way down. So we can continue using the autopilot all the way down to about 250 feet, I think it is, for these sort of approaches. And once we're visual and happy, then we can disconnect the autopilot. The flight director command should give us good commands all the way down to 50 feet, I believe. I think as long as that's the last waypoints. So the last waypoints is runway 05, and that is 196 feet. So what's the threshold? 100, so there we go, it's 50 feet above the threshold. So yeah, the flight director command should be valid all the way down to the threshold, and then as soon as we cross the threshold we should then just go into a heading VS, so we get a triple clip, but we can basically disregard that. If at any point we're not visual after the missed approach points, which is the minimums effectively, if we're not visual at the minimums, then we have to go around, which is like the same as any other approach. So that sort of covers RNP AR. So there's a few more things that we have to do, certainly having terrain on both sides, checking the RNB capability, checking the minimum equipment. But yeah, it's a bit more involved than a normal RNP approach, because the navigation accuracy has to be higher, and it's following a prescribed track a bit more, so it's following this sort of curved procedure. So we have to make sure it's got good, you know, the flight plan's all correct and sequenced, and everything's displaying correctly, and then we have to monitor it as well and just sort of monitor the failures. Obviously we've got the wind limits as well to consider for Madeira. So yeah, that sort of covers RNP to a degree. Like I said, I'm not going to do it because we're not actually technically approved to do this yet, so just to keep with real world operations I won't do it, but it does kind of discuss things, certainly gives something to people to think about. And as with normal RNP approaches, we can only use this down to 7.5 degrees, which I can't remember the weather, but I'm fairly sure Madeira is more than 7.5 degrees at the minute. So there are outside air temperature limitations. Missed approach, obviously make sure that's all correct as well. So 552, 554, and then Monarch. Yeah, there we go, 552, 554 Monarch, so it's all looking good. So the navigation display is actually looking really good. Like this is what we'd see in real life. It's a nice curved approach. As long as we're hitting all the altitudes constraints, the aircraft should just fly the approach really nicely. So it's a good bit of kit. It's quite interesting. Yeah, it's quite interesting to sort of see. I've seen it a few times in the sim. I haven't done it in real life yet. There's only one place that we can actually do it at the minute, which is Dubrovnik on runway 29, I think it was, or 30. Let's have a quick look. So the only place we're approved to do this so far is Dubrovnik. Approach RNP AR, that one, I think it is. Yeah, so this is the only one that we can actually do in real life, is the RNP 29, and this only has 0.3, so it's only an RNP 0.3, so this is the only minimal we can use anyway, because there isn't a lower one. So we would use, we'd have IRUs, so we'd use 920 feet. So we could go down to, what's that, 16, we could go down to 1600 meters if we needed to. So I totally used to say, yeah, if you want to do it, Christian, you can. You're more than welcome to do it. It's I need to get the SOPs out, really. They are written, but I need to finish them off, and I'm just, real life's getting in the way of actually finishing the SOPs off. But I do need to finish it, and as soon as it's finished, basically what I've gone through today, what I've written, what I've read from, is effectively what I've written as well. So you'll be able to follow it a bit more. I don't think I've included the website yet. I might have to include that if you wanted it, just in terms of what you do, in terms of checking the RAIM, the GPS availability, before you start the approach. Would you want that included in the SOPs? I don't really know. I do, because you're flying the sim, so you're pretty much guaranteed that you're always going to get GPS availability. But well, you would in the sim anyway. But I don't know. You may do an approach, and if you checked it and it said that there was going to be an outage, or you're not going to get the GPS at the time of the approach that you're expected to do, then I suppose technically you wouldn't be able to do it. But yeah, I could include that. I could include what you need to do. But anyway, we're not going to do that. So we're actually going to do the RNP to 05, which is reasonably straightforward. It's Lidro and Pillen. Let's insert that. Take you off. So yeah, that's the approach we're going to do, and that's going to be like effectively a visual manoeuvre. So RNP, so let's get rid of this because I'm not going to do this anymore. I'm not going to do the VOR. Just a little overview. Zero 05. That's what we can expect to see. I mean, we'll be coming in over the sea here, so we won't be over the terrain. Ground charts. Probably lots of stuff in the briefing here. Certainly some legal requirements, so yeah, got to be authorised to do it. Bits about the winds. Not going to worry too much about those. Litro. That's done. That's right. That's all set up. Right, I'm just going to go to the toilet, and I shall be off air for a minute. So I shall leave it to it, and I'll be back. Right, I am back on. Let's have a quick fuel check. ASMAR. ASMAR be hour and 51 minutes. And 1500 was that? 17.1, 17.6. Plus, so it'll be about 8 tons probably at ASMAR, at least. So yeah, we're well above fuel for that, so that's good. And it's about 5 minutes away, so yeah, about an hour and 50, that's good. Just charge my phone because that's running out of battery. Who else is joining us to Madeira? So you are, Christian. Anybody else coming down? At 3%, yeah, I don't have much. Let's just hope the sim behaves. I mean, there's not much around Madeira, so hopefully it won't be a problem. Yeah, there's a few guys. 5 arrivals. Air France. Lufthansa. Oh, there you go. Oh, you're ahead of me. Okay. Yeah, you might be ahead of me then, Christian. Fair enough. Right, let's have a quick look at the arrival again. So what we're actually going to do. So we're going to do this Lidro 1 Papa. So Lidro down to basically Pilum. That's 3,000 is the lowest there. That's clearance limit point for that. And then from Pilum we are doing this RNP visual approach. Which, hang on, is that joining up? So yeah, Pilum and then down. So 3,000. So we're starting going down at 564. So that's our final descent point. Then we'll go down to 3 degrees. I probably would do this selected, just track F, maybe track F, nav FPA. Nav FPA would be fine because there's no real rush to get down. The minimums we need for this is 940 feet, 5,000 metres. What is the weather actually? Let's just have a quick look at that, just update that. Let's see. AOC. PMA. So we've got 020 at 13, that's fine. Good viz, few at 1200 feet, scale at 7,030 degrees. And 020. Didn't need pen. Okay, so that's good. So a few at 1200. I mean, that might get in the way because really what we're trying to achieve maybe is get down to about 1400 feet because from 1400 feet what we can do is we can fly this bit from 566. We want to continue outbound, so we effectively track there. So outbound of 219, and then the base turn there. That's yeah, that's about 6 miles away there or thereabouts from Madeira. So it's probably a little bit more, but that's the base turn. So we can put that in. We can put these waypoints in as well. So you're on about 1400 feet really, but if it's few at 1200 we may just be skirting in and out of the clouds, but we should be alright. So I'm fairly confident it's going to be reasonably clear. Let's put these waypoints in as well. So definitely need a pen. My pen is just running out. Base. So what's that? North. 3-2. Let's go find a new pen. This is annoying me. Alright, 3-2, 38.5, west 016. 46.0. I don't believe Cello's in the box. It should be, but it's not. So it's north 3-2. Let's go 4. So let's need to round these up. West 01648. So I won't use a decimal, so Rosro 3241, I suppose. West 01648. 463239. Right, yeah, I don't think he's going to be in the FMGC, but we can have a look. So I think Jello is the name of it. Oh, it is in excellent goods. So that's one. Rosro, I think, is the other one. It should be. Aha. 33. Oh yeah, 3317s. That might be right. Let's have a quick look at this. Because last time I checked this, I don't think they were in there. So I'm guessing there's not been a Navigraph update. Yes, they are. Look at that. Brilliant. So we've got Jello and Rosro. Those are the two waypoints that we need. Yeah, you did nick. Yeah, you did nick me, Christian, to a degree. Let's put the base turn in as well, because that's. Can we do that? I was wondering if we can do that off a PBD. We can probably do that for PBD actually. So MA 566 219 and 3 miles. Yeah, probably a bit more accurate. MA 566 219 and 3. Let's put that in. It's just let's do it. Data. Waypoints. Call it base. Base TN. Yeah, thank you. MA 566 219 at 3. That one, store. Base TN. Good, hopefully that's now all in. There we go. So we've effectively created this visual part. So we're going to go from here, level at 1400 feet, until we get to the base turn. Then we're going to turn a right to sort of Jello and Rosario, and we need to respect these heights here at Jello's. So 850 feet, or at or above 800 feet for Jello, and then 460 feet. So we'll keep an eye on these, and then effectively we'll just fly around here. The banana sheds are sort of on this point here, so we just hug the coastline around here. And then, yeah, 460 feet, that's about 300 feet above the aerodrome, because don't forget it's 160 feet elevation for the runway. So 460 is going to be about, yeah, 460 feet Barrow at Rosro, which is on there, so 460 would be a good point to hit. So that's all in. Minimums, what I'm going to do, even though the minimums are 960, I'm going to put 1400 feet in as the minimums. And that's because that's the sort of height I want to be at for the downwind leg. 1020, 30 degrees, nice and warm. And 020 at 13. I will use config 3 as well, just because even though it's reasonably steady winds, config 3 is a bit of a better landing config for finding the sim. So let's just double check the landing distance performance, which I'm sure it'll be fine. It's a nice long runway, LPMA. Runway 05, dry, 02013, good. Landing weight, we're going to be at about 57 plus about 7, so yeah, 74 tons, sorry, 64 tons. 64. Lower the brake, idle reverse, flap 3. Let's get medium water brake. It's probably a bit over the top. We won't need medium, but we'll put medium on it anyway. So that's fine, landing distance, not a problem at all, as expected. So we've done all that, Plan rad navs, probably don't need anything in there. Where's the MSA? What's that based off? Radar minimums. 9,000 is the worst case. And MSA is based off Pilem. So yeah, we can probably use that. There we go. Pilem. 2 radials really are interesting is 024, what's that, 224. That's 204, isn't it? 204. And 109, so that's 90, so 289. So reciprocal. There we go, we've got MSC circle around Pilem, so that sector there is 9,000 feet. 8,200, so 9,000 be safe. QNH1020, set that up. So 20 set up. Should be starting that sent in about 30 minutes. Right, I think that's good. I don't think there's much else we need to do to set the aircraft up. That's all done. So we got what I might do actually is I might put actually no, I won't put it in there. 6566. So fuel, goods. What did we want? A quick look at the fuel. We're we know Lisbon's good. So what do we need for Lisbon? We need about 3 tons, so we need about 4 tons CNR. 4 tons is basically CNR for Lisbon. Which is what it says. Yeah, we've got an hour and a half extra before we get anywhere near 4 tons. Have you filed your flight plan? It should have been. Yeah, it should be in. Have a look. No flight plan. Yeah. Let me do it again, Christian. 1 second. I did definitely do it. I think I did anyway. Or maybe I didn't actually. Do you know what? That's a good point. Actually, I don't actually think I filed it. It's a very good point. I don't think I did file it actually. Because there was no ATC on it, I didn't even check it. Right, check it again, it should be done. Good shout. Right, so we're going to have a look at the... Madeira brief. Right, just going back to the Madeira brief now, which I mean, this is available on the Discord server, so hopefully you've got this. But so this is what we're doing now. Do you need it up? Do you want it up? Should I get it up on the stream, or are you just happy looking at the aircraft? Yeah, it's uploaded now. Yeah. So I forgot. I did actually forget, admittedly. I'll get it up, it's just easier, isn't it? Right. So the RNP visual approach starts with minimum set 9, but then lowest to 850 Chilean. What do you do? I'll come back to that, Danny. Don't worry, I'll come back to it. Let me swap and change between charts and the brief because it's a bit easier. I mean, we might as well just start with a whole brief, really, I suppose. So in terms of the big picture stuff, the weather's fine, there's no problems with the weather. We know the wind is, was it 020 at 13? So we're within this sector here. I doubt it's going to come back more. I think, actually, to be fair, these sectors, these empty sectors, it's not. If it was 010, that doesn't mean the approach can't be continued, it just means there's no limitation. So I think I said you can't do the approach, but no, that's not true. There's no limitations in these sectors, so it's just really airframe limits. So if it became 010 at 20, that you know, you could still basically make the approach. I suppose maybe not, because if it's 20, it's maybe outside the limit there. But you know, 020 at 13, we're fine, so we're below the wind limitation there, so that's okay. The aircraft's fine. There's no weather radar, again, that's not going to affect us. NOTAMs we've looked at, there's nothing really there. Threats, we've sort of discussed it really, lots of high terrain off to the sort of west. And we've got EGPWS warnings potentially coming around the corner, but we'll disregard those if we're visual. So in terms of what we're actually going to do, we're going to do this Lidro arrival. So Lidro 1 Papa, just Lidro down to basically Mike Alpha 534, and then Pilam, so 4,000 at 534, then 3,000 at Pilam, and then from there we can start the approach. Pilam is the initial approach fix. 3,000, so we go to 3,000, so we get to 564, and then we can arm the approach at 3,000, just before 564, If we wanted to, it's a 3-degree glide, but I'm not really rushed going down. We've only got about 1,500 feet to lose, so I might just use nav FPA and just do about 2 degrees. 2 degrees, and hopefully we'll be visual at 566. I mean, we're going to know pretty early on whether we're going to be visual or not. And then just about 1,500 feet, we can level off at 1,400 feet, so it'll be above the minimums. And then basically we're going to fly this sector here down here at 1,400 feet. And after this point, I'll probably be disconnecting the autopilot, heading towards the base turn, and this is going to be a visual as well. We're going to be configured reasonably early, so probably flat 180 knots at the latest before 564, and then flap 2 gear down as we start going down 2 degrees, and then flap 3 sort of after that. So we're configured nice and early, and then slowing down to VAP. So we'll be flying pretty much this bit at more or less VAP. And then we'll go down here at 1,400 feet, and then we'll start sort of right-hand turn. Head towards the banana sheds, make sure the inbound QDM is set. That's going to be 051, is it? Yeah. Sorry, 049, so there's 049 is the inbound QDM. And then basically we're just going to start a very sort of, almost a shallowish turn. It says about 3 degrees is necessary from 1,400 feet from the base turn. And then we'll just hit Jello at about 850 feet, and Rosario is about 460 feet, which is just about 300 feet above the aerodrome. We should see the Pappies relatively early. We don't want to see anything more than 3 reds really. We want at least 2 reds, 2 whites. Just make sure we don't duck underneath the Pappies. In terms of the actual approach, be right back. Okay, Christian, you'll have to watch this back when you can. So the RNP AR, this is what we're doing. Both cases flat 3 geared down by the missed approach point. So yeah, missed approach point is, where was it? Mike Alpha 566. So yeah, it would be nice and configured before here. Pappies can be relied upon. Yep, so we do those. And then at the earliest at 6 miles or base turn, start the base turn toward Jello. So again, if we go a little bit past the base turn, it's not too bad. So if we just extend a little bit outbound, and then just make this shallow turn, sort of head towards this sort of little corner here where the banana sheds are. Basically, we're just aiming to hug the coast, and then come in for the centre line there. Respect all crossing altitudes and constraints, which we've discussed, and the aircraft should be lined up with curve sequence and approach lights between Jello and Rosario. So yeah, we will do that. There we go. Following waypoints are available. So there we go. We've put those in Rosario and Jello. Bulk landing procedure if we do need to do that. So if we need to go around at any point, it's basically just go around flaps, and then a right hand turn off to the east, is it? So yeah, 090 degrees at 300 feet, and then basically join the missed approach procedure, which the missed approach procedure is on this page. So we go right, and then we turn, keep on right hand turn going down to Monarch. The other threats we need to discuss is the wind shear. So we need to look at wind shear actions, look at the memory items. So we'll just go through those just to make sure we're happy with everything. So EGPWS, I suppose that's certainly a threat. So we may get EGPWS warnings, but as per our ops manual, we can effectively disregard that if we're VMC and visual the terrain. However, the wind shear, if we get a reactive, basically airborne initial climb or landing, if we do get a wind shear, it's basically set toga. Keep the autopilot in if the autopilot is in. If the autopilot isn't in, then we'll just follow the SRS orders, and if necessary, we can pull the side stick fully back. And just be aware that the autopilot may disconnect if the angle of attack value goes above alpha prot. If flight director's bars aren't displayed, they should be basically set at pitch altitude of 17.5 degrees, so set it to here. And then the other big thing as well, wind shear, is basically do not change the configuration until we're out the wind shear. So hopefully once the wind direction and speeds all settle down, we've got a positive rate of climb, positive speed, then we can just effectively go into a go-around procedure, just go around flaps and do our normal go-around procedure. And we obviously just monitor the flight path and monitor the speed and the vertical speed as well. So those are the memory actions for the wind shear. Once we have landed, We've got medium order brakes, so with any luck we should be off before Bravo. If not, we can use the turning pads around here. And parking, usually, I always seem to be Alpha 8, I don't know why, but I always seem to get Alpha 8. So basically parking here, and then Alpha 8, Alpha 9, Alpha 10, one of these ones around here. And just use 3 minutes for the engines for the shutdown, because it's a relatively short touchdown. I've got medium order brake, flap 3, and idle reverse should be plenty. Don't think there's much else to discuss. It's all in the flight plan. Possibility of aircraft ahead of us as well, so I know Christian's just ahead of us, so we shall just monitor the traffic and not get too close in front, too close to the guys in front of us. We can always slow down if necessary. In fact, I'm not that far behind Christian now, so I'll tell you what, let's go 7-4. So let's give a little bit of separation now. We'll get the cabin secure a little bit early as well, just because we're going to be doing everything a bit earlier than usual. Don't think there's much else to say. Brief's pretty much done. Yeah, that's it really. If there's any questions, feel free to ask. We've got about what's it, 25 minutes till descent. Hi J-Hog. Yeah, it's going well so far. Hopefully the sim behaves. It seems to have been behaving so far. I mean, we've briefed, we've discussed everything that we're going to do, so we just have to hope that the sim behaves now and doesn't have a crash to desktop or anything else. We're in the middle of the Atlantic and there's only literally one airport of scenery, so I'm hoping the sim's not going to be under too much strain. And hopefully it'll be able to cope. I should do some right-hand seat flying one day, shouldn't I? What's different? Stutters back and forth, it does a bit, doesn't it? Hold on, 1 second. Display. Try this. I think that the game capture wasn't the top of the list for the sources. That should be a bit better. Yeah, hopefully J-Hog, that's the plan next weekend. It's just move stuff upstairs, get a desk, get a chair, and yeah, get some more RAM in. Atlantic's looking pretty clear, pretty calm. So sometimes you just see the ships going past. Yeah, I've changed it. Yeah, thanks, Christian. Just forgot to do that. I think I can turn. How can I turn my sound down? Oh, there we go. Just literally use the. That's a bit better. Just literally use the sound icon on the desktop. How'd you turn the engine sound? That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted to do, is turn the engine sound right down. Well, it'd do a good job, J-Hog, I'm sure. So, whatever sim you get back, PC you get back, it'd be a decent one. Oh, now the traffic coming the other way. 5,000 feet, yeah. Yeah, what I kind of need is the engine sound just turned down, so I think it's all sorted now. Seems a bit better. Right, anyway, let's come back with windowed mode. Alright, last little check of the systems. That's looking good still. What we used, 3.2, 3.2. 8.1 is, yeah, it's about 11.5, that's what we left with. This rings a bell. Is it 11.5? I can't even remember now. So it's not 3.2, it's 5.2, isn't it? Yeah, 13.5, yeah, that makes sense. Leads, looks good, pressure's good. So it's fine, fine. Good, good. Good. Right, last little fuel check. Viram, about 2 hours and 16 minutes in. Yeah, so we're on time, and 1500 on top of that's 6.8, that's another 200. So yeah, about 7172, and yeah, again, yeah, it's a good ton above CNR. Yeah, I might have to do that, Chris. I have to change all your view buttons to default CFO side, yeah. Yeah, to be honest, I can't really be asked Cockpit. I'm quite happy sitting on the left-hand seat anyway. Alright, top of drop's not quite yet. Almost there. Just to give Christian a little bit of space in front, let's go 0.74, let's go 260 in the descent. What is your ETA, Christian, out of interest? Where's the overlay gone? The overlay's disappeared. Kind of want that, don't we? Overlay. There we go. I think the overlay's given up. Yeah, I've got no idea what's happened to that one. Yeah, ETA is still crap. Christian's crashed. Oh, alright, whoops. just deleted the overlay. Oh, I done that. So everybody getting crashed to desktop, that's not good, is it? What's the width and height I need for the overlay? If anybody can get in. So it's 19 something? $1080, isn't it? 1080. What's the is it 19 something? 1080 by 19 something. Okay. 1920. There we go. Right, hopefully the overlay's back. Everyone's getting crashed to desktops. Oh dear. Well, we'll have to see how this goes, won't we? I'd be ashamed if it does do a crash to desktop. After what so far has been a relatively straightforward flight. I'm not too sure about the ETA, but so where were people getting crashed to desktop? Fabim. So where's Fabim? I don't know, somewhere. Cheers, Christian. Yeah, I've managed to sort it. Funny, I was in the Dark Star last night after the crash to desktop on the Luton Jersey stream, and did like a quick inverted commas flight from like Area 51 to Dover, I think, on the east coast of the US, which took like 25 minutes or something. And doing the approach into Dover, and Jarrett at 10,000 feet, the sim just crashed again. So, like, it's obviously not. It's not a Phoenix thing. It's not. There's something sim-wise. So I wasn't streaming. Doing nothing literally other than just flying the sim, and yeah, that crashed as well. So something's going on. Yeah, I'm sure there'll be a fix. Maybe I shouldn't have done. But mind you, my sim crashed to desktop yesterday, and I hadn't even installed the new update. So I hadn't done the world update, and what's the other thing that I didn't have? Oh yeah, GSX, because everyone's going on about GSX. So I hadn't had any of the sort of common sources of problems installed. Now I have installed the world update because I'm just living on the edge to see if it's. Let's go back to manage speed. 0.76, 270. There we go. Too steep path now, is it? So yeah, I didn't have anything, but it's still doing it. So sim ran fine though. It's very unpredictable. And on the dark side of the front camera for yes, I haven't mastered it yet. That's the thing. That was what I was doing last night. I thought I'll give it a go, because the landing is the tricky part. Now, working it out is not too bad, because like you've got the little MFD thing, and you've got the distance somewhere. You've got the distance to the your waypoints, and you can just do your height. So as with like a normal aircraft, just aim to get like about 10,000 feet. Sorry, not 10,000. Get to aim to be about 10 miles at about 3,000 feet. If you use that as a gate in the Dark Star, it doesn't matter really what you do beforehand, but just get down to about 10 or 15 miles at 3,000 to 5,000 feet, whatever it is. There's your 3-degree approach path gate, and so long as you're within that, they just sort of land it normally. I'm sure I read a video. Your approach speed is about 200 knots, but I didn't even get that far to sort of practice the landings. But I had a green screen crash tonight. Interesting. It's like a simulator in a simulator, yeah. But I like it. I like the Dark Star. It's something a bit different because you can go so fast, and you know the profile that it's got, climbing to like 30,000 feet and then nosing down, and then it does seem to work. Well, it seems to work for me. So I think if you follow that profile, it seems pretty good. And I did experiment as well. I experimented at about 120,000 feet and about 240,000 feet to see the difference in the ground speed. And the difference in the ground speed was barely anything, so it was about 5,800 nautical miles an hour ground speed at 120,000 feet and 240,000 feet. So there wasn't really any benefit of climbing higher from what I could see. Because really, where you're interested is the raw speed, I think, ground speed over the ground. Let's do a flyby of the tower before landing on the carrier, though. Yeah. Have to invert too, which is yeah. So I think the inverted flight profile is just to limit the amount of negative G on the aircraft, I assume. But I don't know, it probably really matters. But just throw on its back, nose down 20 degrees, go upright again, get 1.5 Mach, and then just pull up again. Seems to work. And then the scramjets don't seem to work until you're at least Mach 3. So yeah, so I've done a bit of research on it, a bit of reading, watched a few videos just to try and fly it properly. It took me a while just to get the sort of thrust levers, sorted on my Airbus thrust lever quadrant thing, but that seems to be okay now. But I quite like it. I'd quite like to do a stream with one of those because I think it's a little bit different, and just do some sort of spy mission in inverted brackets again, sort of take off from, I don't know, something like Fairford in the UK and then go across Russia or something, China. But you'd probably need to find a straight line somehow, and then find some suitable airfields. I do want to get the Concorde pool. Is that the MSFS one? See, the thing is, I used to have the Concordes for, was it Flight Simulator 2020 or no, 2020 under 2000? Century of Flights, whatever one that was. And I used to enjoy that, and that was a reasonably complex add-on, even though the PC was struggling to fly it, back in the day. I did really enjoy it, and I really enjoyed doing those supersonic flights between Heathrow and New York. So I would like to get another Concorde to do similar flights to what I'm doing now, but obviously just at a much faster speed. But the only thing that's sort of putting me off a little bit is I think it's reasonably high fidelity, but they've put like a simple FMC type thing, haven't they? They haven't got the proper INS system, which is what they had in the the old Concordes for the old simulator. Was it Carousel? Carousel, I think it was. And of course, the X-Plane version has the proper INS system. So I quite like using those DC designs. That's the one. Yeah, if it had a proper INS system like the real aircraft did, so you're flying on INS rather than just cheating, yeah, I'd definitely consider doing it. But for the time being, and the thing is, you'd need to relearn the SOPs. Now I've got the Concorde manuals, so I do have the SOPs, which are probably the best part of 2,000 pages long. So it's possible, but it's finding the time, and I suppose I could just learn that when I'm at work. Just sit there in the cruise, just reading the manuals, especially when I'm doing a longer flight like this on Tenerife. But it would take a while. It would take a few weeks, I think, just to get the SOPs nailed in. Of course the scans, and of course with engineers panel as well, you'd probably need to work out some sort of way of getting it all sorted. But yeah, I'd like to do it. I'd like to get it. If they get the decent INS system in, I certainly will look at it. Definitely not study. No, it's not study level. That's the thing. I don't mind it not being too not that study level. I think the one on X-Plane, that is pretty study level, and there's a difference between study level and spending an hour and 45 minutes on the ground just setting the thing up and starting the engines and going. I don't mind pressing a few buttons even if they don't do anything, just to sort of stick to the SOPs. But yeah, I wouldn't mind doing it. Would you fly DC? Do you know, I'm not that bothered about the DC-6. You know, I mean, one, you've got to pay for it anyway, which I can't be asked to pay for that. But it's too archaic. I know some people are like, oh yeah, it's great. It's like proper old school flying. I can't be asked. I can't be asked for old school flying. You know, I mean, this is flying for me. Press an AP1. Hey, you're done. Follow the green line and chat for the next 2 hours. You know, if I've got to be constantly updating systems and monitoring things, and it's too much hard work. Really, it's too slow as well. You know, I don't want to be flying along at 180 knots for the next 3 hours. You know, getting 40 miles down the road. It's just, yeah, it doesn't really interest me, I suppose. I don't mind doing a bit of VFR flying and sightseeing and doing that sort of stuff in a little single-engine aircraft and just buzzing around. But I don't know. It seems a lot of effort to go very little, to go, you know, not very far. But yeah, that's just me. Yeah, I think with the Concords, you know, you definitely need a AI flight engineer, don't you? Like, I remember I can't remember the name of it, the Concorde that we had in 2002, you know, that had a reasonably decent working fuel panel, and I still didn't really quite understand how it completely works, but, you know, I could more or less manage it myself without too many problems. So I don't mind doing some of it, but of course, you know, there is a lot of other systems. That's it, Crumpet, yeah. Yeah, was it work smarter, not harder? So, you know, the Airbus is a great piece of kit, you know, it looks after itself. So, you know, I'm sort of paid to make decisions and keep things safe. I'm not paid to work hard, unless I really, really have to. And, you know, I mean, exceptions like the Dark Star, I mean, that is sort of, you know, that's not study level, that's only got a few things that you need to do, but, you know, you kind of get somewhere fast, and I quite like just sort of bombing across, you know, North Continent of America or something in 25 minutes. I mean, that's, you know, that's sort of little boys' dreams, isn't it, of sort of astronaut type things. So, yeah, I suppose there's a few different mentalities. I quite like doing these flights in the Phoenix because it's all very realistic, you know, systems are very good. So you emulate real world procedures really well. I like just bombing around and just having a bit of fun. And I like a bit of sightseeing now and again as well. But yeah, to sort of work really hard but not to actually achieve much is just a bit, I don't know, seems a bit little pointless. Yeah, there you go. Some people like it. Alright, how long we got? About 6 or 7 minutes till we go down. Let's keep our fingers crossed for no CTDs. What's really annoying is sort of in my headset, I've got a reasonably decent headset which I can't actually hear myself that well, which is a bit frustrating, but it's by the by. But I keep thinking I'm hearing like hard drive spinning and you know, the computer making noises through my headset. And when I take my headset off, I don't hear anything. All I just hear is the fan of the PC is just gently sort of purring in the background. So I don't really hear much going on. I'm just hearing things through the headset which don't actually exist. How about you try and find Kevin CRJ? Still sitting, someone's got, yeah, yeah. CRJ again is. I don't know. CRJ, to be fair, I wouldn't mind doing the CRJ because you feel little sort of regional type flights, isn't there? And I remember flying. There was an add-on, an ERJ 145 add-on for the flight sim, and it was only a panel. It wasn't, you know. I mean, we come a long way, haven't we? I mean, it was, you know, this is all 3D cockpit now. I mean, we didn't even have 3D cockpits back in the day. It was all 2D panels, and you know, 1 or 2 aircraft might have had a 3D cockpit. You know, at a great expense to FPS. But it was just an ERJ 145 cockpit. There was no auto thrust, but it worked quite well. And I remember doing that little regional flights. That was quite good fun. So yeah, I don't mind doing CRJs or a little ERJ 145 add on. That would be quite good. I wouldn't mind doing something like that. You know, quite little fun jets to fly. 146. I do really want to do the 146, but it's not that cheap. And again, it's reasonably high fidelity, so I'd need to study it a bit more. But I loved the 146 as a kid. I thought it was a great aircraft. I've known a lot of people that have flown that, and they say it was a great jet as well. So it's one of my what's the word? One of my bucket lists as certainly as an airline pilot or a commercial pilot. I always wanted to fly. There's a couple of jets I always really wanted to fly. The BAC 111, I thought that was a cool little jet. I wanted to fly that, but never got the chance. 146, I wanted to fly that, never got the chance. 145, I think it's quite a good jet, never really got a chance to do that one. And then 747, I never really wanted to do long hauls, so I never really wanted to leave the companies I was working for to do that, although it would have been quite fun to have done it. 757, never had the opportunity, even though I worked for companies that flew it, I never actually had the opportunity to fly it. And the Concorde, pretty much. So those are sort of my bucket list of aircrafts. And unfortunately, I never got to fly that. But I suppose in a way, unfortunately, I've always been stuck on this thing, on the Airbus. But that's not to say I dislike the Airbus. I like the Airbus. 321. I've not heard good things. Like Gav didn't have really. He messaged me privately, dark, and he sort of seemed to say it wasn't quite worth the money. If it works, if it's a good aircraft and it's modelled correctly, yes, definitely. And I think I said this yesterday. I'd love it for a decent 321 model to come out. That's just just had the right modelling. So had the right amount of doors on the SD page. There's a few more. There's a middle cool bell up here. There's a few extra cool bells. Fuel tanks. Depends if you're doing the CEO or the Neo. I'm pretty sure the CEO still had centre tank pumps, but the Neo's got centre tank transfer valves, so the fuel goes that way rather than that way. And so, yeah, if there was a proper 320 that was all modelled, mass and balanced and everything else, whether it was a CEO or Neo, I don't really mind which one. I actually preferred the CEO. I think the CEO actually flew better personally than the Neo, but yeah, I'd love it. I'd love a proper 321. Yeah, it's horrible, don't it? So no disrespect to Latin VFR, they've tried, whether it's worked or not, maybe not, but yeah, 321, maybe a 319 as well. I mean, because that's what I fly, because I've flown pretty much all of them. 319s, I haven't flown the 318s, but 319s, 320s, Neos, 321 Neos and COs. If there was a proper little add-on that had the 319s and 321s, because that's what I do day in, day out, working, it would be just nice to do slightly different aircrafts, and there's not too much difference. There's a couple of difference on the weights. A lot of our 320 COs, we have a maximum takeoff weight for a lot of our 320s. COs are 73.5 tons, where this one I've got set up in Simbury for 75.5. So I haven't restricted this. And I think it's just an airway feed, to be honest. I don't actually think there's no real limitation on the max takeoff weight, but they've forced them down to 73.5 tons, just probably to reduce the amount of money they spend on airways fees. But I've got this set up at 73. But some 320 320 COs are less, and on the fly-by-wire as well, like our 320 Neos, I think maximum takeoff weight of 77 tons, and max landing weights of 66 tons. But a Neo actual, other Neos have flown, they've got 79 tons, I think, max takeoff weight, and a max landing weight of 67.5, 67.4. So yeah, that'd be good. And of course, the other thing is just having the mass and balance. I mean, these are just, these are sort of wish list things, which I suppose Phoenix and fly-by-wire haven't really got around to doing, or they ever will. But having a passenger capacity of 186, which is what we've got. If they had all that, and our 321 Neos, max capacity for passengers is 235, I think, so 235 passengers we can take. And then the old 321 COs I used to fly, I think they were like 214. So if they had a 321 but with proper passenger numbers, that's what I want to see. Anyway, we're about to go down. Yeah, it'd be good crumpet if they do. 330, yeah, I like the 330. I've never flown the 330, but again, I wouldn't really know SOP-wise quite what I'm doing. I don't think there's much difference to the 320. There's a couple of things. Obviously, the systems are a bit more there's a little bit more complications, like things like fuel panel, hydraulics as well. So slightly different hydraulic architecture on the 330, but fundamentally it's a very similar aircraft. And we take a bit more thought on the energy management as well, because 330s, they don't go down and slow down at all. You know, they're massive wings, just massive gliders. Yeah, I wouldn't mind doing that 330, but I wouldn't do long haul really. I don't know. I'm not too. I wouldn't want to sit here for 9 hours doing this. Or I could, but I'm not just going to bugger off and do something else, do some housework or sharp kitchen knives or something. I don't know. But I wouldn't mind doing like a little 330 down to Tenerife, high capacity routes. 350, yeah, 350 is pretty good. 380, yeah. I don't really have any burning desire to do a 380. Again, it's probably quite complicated. I just can't really be asked. You know, maybe doing circuits in it, but yeah, I don't know. It doesn't really float my boat. Right, anyway, we're going to go down, so minimum's 4,000, that's safe, that's what we want to do. So we can ride 4,000 down. And yeah, we can start going down, so that's DES, and QNH, 1020, QNH is cross-checked, and 4,000 is blue. Get another quick update on the weather. Something's quicker here, isn't it? Arrival. So it's 2300 Zulu, that can't be right. That's got to be an out-of-date weather. That's you. AOC weather. LPMA. No, Paul, exactly. I know that's not the thing. I know that, you know, part and parcel with the sim, but there you go, 1230 Zulu, that's better. 020 at 11, so winds drop down a little bit, that's fine. So, yeah, pen done bloody work, don't use that one. Use a nice pink one instead. 20 at 11. Good viz, but the cloud still 30 degrees. Still at 1021, so there we go, QNH has gone up 1 millibar. So 1021 is cross-checks. Let's get this in the perf. Yeah. 021, 30 degrees, and 020 at 11. Done, done, done. Right, that's all updated. You know, we've got the 7.8 and the 7.4. I wouldn't even mind opening that and giving that a go on the flight sim, but as long as it doesn't take too long to start up. I mean, I've got no idea how to fly either of those, but you know, it might be interesting just to fly. Right, this is all looking good. 4,000s. Let's get the SA up. So yeah, so 4,000, still 4,000, still above MSA in this sector. P-lamp. So we've got 6 miles from P-lamp, so yeah, that's fine. So as long as we're sort of 220 knots, maybe there or thereabouts at P-lamp, we should be fine. There's a little bit of cloud around on the horizon. Don't see the island just yet. .747 salty mod is pretty good. Is that just a mod on the default 747? I'm guessing. Because PMDG, I remember I had the PMDG 747. You know, again back in the day, you know, 20 odd years ago, and that was really good. I remember that being a pretty good aircraft. You know, very complex. Probably didn't really know it well enough, but you know, that was quite good fun. But I don't have a yoke. That's the other thing. Like, you know, I've got everything sort of set up for an Airbus or like a fighter jet, really. And, you know, part of me just thinks if I was going to get like a 747, if I was going to fly it, I would have to then get the Thrustmaster Boeing thing as well, which adds to the list of expense. But, you know, if you're going to fly a Boeing, you've got to fly it properly, haven't you? I suppose we could do a Unicom call, can't we? Still on Unicom, yeah. Madeira traffic EC45 Golf Hotel is descended to 4,000 feet for the Litro 1 Papa arrival, and we will be expecting the RNP Alpha approach runway 05. I bet no one's even here. No one cares. No, it's me, and I've got an Air France behind me. Anybody on the ground? There's a couple of departures, maybe. They already have one. They might already. No, they're already gone. Certainly no ATC. There's a Rhino on the ground. He's probably just landed. 787 with a heavy division goods. Yes, I give them a go. Don't get me wrong. I've got no problems with flying those aircraft. I think that'd be good fun. It's just the time. You know, the sort of problem for me, I suppose, is that I've only got a limited amount of time to sort of dedicate to the sim. And you know, when I'm streaming, when I'm doing this sort of stuff, if I'm not streaming, then you know, I really am just testing something out, looking at some scenery, or doing something, I don't know. Because I don't get a lot of time off anyway to sort of dedicate to the PC. And so if I am streaming, I'd rather, me personally, I'd rather do something like this, a real world flight, because I don't know, you know, maybe I'm wrong. I mean, you guys can give me feedback on this. You know, I like doing something that's real world ops because I think I'm giving something back. I'm giving some sort of educational feedback, or, you know, back to people, and you know, I don't know, just help people out a little bit, especially with the Airbus. Yeah, and part of me just thinks, well, if I'm just flying somewhere I haven't got a clue how to fly, you know, is anybody really going to watch that? Are they going to be interested? Because I'm just going to sit there going, I really don't have a clue what I'm doing. I'm just going to start mashing buttons, and you know, somebody else is probably going to come on going, that's not how you do it. You're doing it wrong. Which I don't mind. If I'm doing it wrong, then you know, feel free to let me know, and I'll try and do it right. But you know, I can't be asked to sort of learn how to do it right. And you know, do people even want to watch that? You know, I sometimes think, you know, people might get more value in sort of watching something like this, but I don't know. Maybe people want to see me just faff about and not do much, but we'll see. Right, anyway, there's a bit of cloud around, so I'll tell you what, let's amend this just so we can definitely get it. So 940 is the minimum, so let's just put 940 in worst case. So that's what we can go down to. But actually what I want to do is when we get to 1500 feet, I want to level off, so if we need to get down to 940 feet, we can. Looking like maybe some, that's Porto Santo down there. It's Porto Santo out of interest, because the minimums are a little bit higher in Porto Santo, just in case something needed to happen. We need to go there. PPS. I know Lisbon should be good. I don't really want to divert to Lisbon, that would take ages. So scale out at 1200, yes, a little bit of low clouds at Porto Santo. Okay. Make sure Lisbon's still an option. Lisbon is still covered K, and wind's still pretty good, yeah, so we can still go to Lisbon without any problems. I spent 4 hours trying to start the CJ. It's not about doing it right, but having a laugh. Yeah, true. One day you're gonna do a Gulf stream, and there's somebody in the chat comments, you're doing it wrong. Oh, don't tell me about my golf game. Just about everything of it's wrong. Well, the fact that I can actually hit a ball in the right direction is an achievement for me, even that's quite rare. Yeah, I suppose you're right, Darky is having a laugh, but I don't really have much patience, that's the thing, and I haven't certainly got 4 hours to spend trying to start an aircraft up. You know, my personality is, I don't know what you call it, but I'm the sort of person that, you know, when I do something, I want to do it right first time, and you know, I get very frustrated and like, I wouldn't say lose my temper, but when it all starts going wrong, I start throwing my toys out of the pram a little bit. So if I was doing something that wasn't done right, or it wasn't working and it should be working, I would just get very, very annoyed. So, yeah, I don't have a lot of tolerance. That's yeah. No, I don't think many people play golf right, even Crumpet. If I could play golf right, I wouldn't be doing this for a living. On the Live PGA Tour, does anybody play on the PGA anymore? Anyway, it seems to be going off to the Live Tour, don't it? Right, how long we got? 57 miles, thereabouts. Right, let's all get them strapped in. Strapped in nice and early. Approach checks, let's do that. Oh, checklist, approach checklist. Barrow F we have, QNH1021 is set. Seatbelts are on. Minimum is a barrow of 940 feet. Sorter brake is medium, and we've got EFBs are stowed and disconnected. So approach checks complete. Speed. Definitely a bit of a cloudier day down in Madeira today, but at least the winds are okay. Alright, let's just go selected speed, so it's 250. Approach phase is activated. Now we've got LDEV and VDEV. So here we go, this is what we're going about RNP AR. So each one of these ticks is 0.1 of a nautical mile. So if you're doing RNP AR, you start, you know, you need to be basically within 0.05 nautical mile. Really, that's what you want to be most of the time. And if you're doing a 0.3, you know, effectively you've got this big range to stay in. As long as you're within this big range, you know, you're good, you can carry on. But if you're doing a 0.1, it's a much smaller box. You've got to maintain your navigation accuracy, and the aircraft's got to maintain its flight path within this. So it's a much tighter tolerances. So, you know, generally when we can, we use the bigger box, 0.3, because it just gives us a lot more freedom. But you know, you can go down to 0.1 if the weather really dictated it. So we've got about 10,000 feet to lose, about 30 miles from Pilamsia, yeah, that's about right. And when do we start the approach? At MA 564. So there you go, 564 is there. And that's 3,000 feet, yeah. Alright, it's going to help it go down. It's thrust idle percent. Yeah, quarter center looks pretty good. You can see it's a very small apron down in Port Centre, a little bit of parking around the back here as well, but you know, if you can't get into Madeira, yes, you can divert here, but you know, this can fill up really, really quickly, hence why, you know, it's always really prudent to take fuel for, you know, possibly Lisbon and Tenerife as well. I have actually been here once. was down there for a number of hours, and we did eventually get to Madeira, but we were out of hours to come back to the UK, so it was a night stop. It was actually a very good night stop, if I remember correctly. Very popular with the Germans, apparently, Porto Santo. And that's not an insult, because as a rule of thumb, I've always learnt that if you've got a holiday destination that's very good with, very popular with the Germans, it generally means the quality of hotels and everything else you get there is usually really, really good. So yeah, if you know somewhere's really popular with the Germans, then it's probably because it's a good place to go to. Right, how are we doing? Still going down. 4,000, yeah, that's fine. So 4,000's minimum. So after 534, we can go down to 3,000. And so it'd probably be clear for the approach as well at this point by Madeira approach. Get the lights on, just get all that done. Where is the click spot? I can never find the click spot for all of them. There we go. That's one of them. Alright, that's done and out of the way. Alright, almost visual. A little bit of cloud ahead in front of us. Temperature's looking good, don't need fancy ice. Sea's looking very calm. It's usually a very good indication of how windy it is down Madeira, because if it's calm seas like this, I think, oh, it's going to be a nice, should be a nice easy approach. But when the wind's really picking up, you've got the white horses, you know, you can see the waves picking up and all sorts. Right, let's go VS. Speed VS. Right, fingers crossed for the sim. Let's hope you behave. Yeah, don't forget you can only use that, you're only really supposed to use that below flight level 250, Danny. You're not supposed to use it after that point. Even when you're down arrow, you can use scrolls, flip them up. Okay, Desno. Yeah, cheers. Oh yeah, I didn't think of that. So I don't even... Oh yeah. That was a bit easier, wasn't it? Yeah. Fair point. Alright, it's 1,000 to go. Past 564 is it? So we can go down to 3,000. So 3,000 is blue. Let's start going manage speed. And 564 is our top of drop place. So white arrow's in the right place. That's good. Not quite visual yet, still a bit of a cloud layer just in front of us. So again, just to reiterate, once we've done this misapproach point, so after this point, it's going to be nav FPA, and then we're going to pull track 215 until we get to the base. Be all nice and configured by here, and then we'll start making a right-hand turn, 049 inbound QDM, and 850 feet there, 460 feet by rostering, and that's the plan. It's 1,000 to go. And let's go flat 1, so speed checks. Flat 1. We're becoming visual. The airport is just off the nose. There's the airport. No rush to get down really. So I'm happy that we can get down to 1400 feet, which should be nice and clear. So again, I'm not too worried about the profile. I'm not going to keep to it religiously because we're visual, so we can just descend nice and gently down to 1400 feet. Outstar. The missed approach altitude on this is 3000. So I'm going to wind 1400 down. Oh, level off, thank you. So speed out start. Shouldn't have gone into VS. Out, thank you. So 1400 feet is the minimum we want to fly at. Let's go track FPA. Let's go 180 knots. Flap 2, speed checks. Flap 2. There's Mike 564. So about 2 degrees should be fine. So FPA 2 degrees. So I'm not going to worry too much about the heights and the distances because we're going to be above the profile anyway, which we know about. Madeira approach, Madeira traffic easy 45 Golf Hotel, starting the RNP approach to runway 05 to circle stand 05. 60 knots will be fine. Radio altimeter's alive. Visual the airport. Keep it down a bit more. Let's go flap 3, speed checks, flap 3, that's the landing config. Pull track, 219, track, 1000 to go. A little bit stuttery. Okay, manage speeds and landing checklist. Gear would be a good thing, wouldn't it? Gear down. So, manager's coming is secure for landing. Going altitudes, not quite there yet. Just hold that off. So, all visual on the right. Outstar. So, it's 1500 feet, so it's VS0. 3000s. So, coming secure for landing, go out, altitude 3000, set eco, Madeira's landing, no blues. I'm just waiting for the base turn waypoints. Turn the automatics off. Flight directors off. Inbound course 049. Inbound course is set, so now we're just looking for the right turn. We're going to aim for the banana sheds that are somewhere over here. And scan 850 at Jello, 460 at Rosary. So I don't mind going outbound a little bit. There's the banana sheds. So start a gentle base turn in. Start a nice descent.
Terrain ahead.
So there's the GPWS, we know about that, so we can disregard it. It's probably going to go off for most of the approach. So there's banana sheds, there's the leading lights which you can see flashing.
100 above.
So a little bit of wind pushing us towards the
Minimum.
coast. Just make sure we're not going to go below 850 feet. Which is there, so it's levelling off a little bit. So Pappy's looking at maybe a little bit low. One white. So keeping the turn coming around. Yeah, looks like maybe 2 reds, 2 whites, it's better. Struggling a little bit with the sim, keeping the turn coming. So we are stable.
500.
On the centre line. Keep it coming down. Just 4 whites, happy with that. Just correcting.
$50, 40, 30, 20, retard. 5.
Spot is reverse green and decel. Idle reverse. And manual brakes. Get off at Bravo. A bit left of centre line, don't mind it. There we go, that's Madeira. Now Madeira traffic EC45 Golf Hotels vacating at Broadway. So not the best approach, a little bit high, a little bit left of centre line, but it's all manageable. The sim behaved as well, that's the main thing. Start you, make sure we've got 3 minutes. Alright, so that's done, that's done, that's done. That's done, that can come off. Off. And Alpha 8 resets. thought my nose wheel steering had been disconnected. That's probably why centerline tracking wasn't quite as good. See, that's spring-loaded in reality. That should just automatically pop back up. Anyway, so... Oh. Ah, come on, you bugger. So, taxi lights off. APU is... Oh. Come on, start. Hydraulic pressure is good. Alpha 8, nobody on the stands. It's Cristiano Ronaldo. Probably have to go outside. Let me stop. Oh, stop lines. No, I don't think there are. Flaps as well. I don't need the flaps, do we? There we go. Forgetting all me after landing bits. Right, Alpha 8. APUs available. Well, we were at 320, aren't we? There we go. Set. Oh, yeah, a little bit jerky. Marking brake is on. That's good. Pressure's holding. 3 minutes. We have just about had the 3 minutes. The APU is available as well. So engine 1's off. Engine 2's off. Doors. Disarms. Turned off even. Below 10% on the N1. Good. Beacon's off. That's done. That's done. That's on that. That's done. 3:23. 3:15 was a flight time, I think it was. So, so yeah, flight time's probably not too bad. Block time's good. You off. You off. You on. You on. You can both go off. What was I about to do? Time that. There we go, guys. So there's Madeira. So hopefully that was okay. Hopefully that was reasonably educational, certainly about the RNP AR. If you have any questions, just give me a message, comment, etc. Yeah, just it's a complicated subject. Hopefully I explained it reasonably well. You know, when we are approved to do RNP AR approaches, I'll do a bit more about it. I mean, we are approved for the Dubrovnik, so if I can get some Dubrovnik scenery, I might do it there. Once the winds are in a good enough place. So yeah, and that was just the normal RNP approach into 05, which was just about flown okay. We're a little bit high on final, a little bit left to centre line, but we got it in the touchdown zone. It was all pretty safe and controlled, which was what we were after. So yeah, able to vacate where we normally vacate the park. Well, people might want to get off when they deboard. Yeah, keeping people on, keeping them hostage. Ground services. Forward stairs, aft stairs. One left. There we go. Let people go. There we go. People can actually now go on their holidays or go home. Cheers, Dark. So that's it. Yeah, thanks very much for watching. I shall see you all soon. So that's it for me, done for the week now. I'm back to work. Probably won't be streaming anything next week because of just doing various bits and bobs. Yeah, it's a little bit jerky. So yeah, I probably won't be able to do anything for a while, but hopefully the PC will be upgraded next week for a bit more RAM, so hopefully it'll help a little bit more. And I'll see you all soon. So have a good day, and I'll see you later on. Cheerio.